Hello, hello, hello. Welcome back. It is time to chase our clock. Today we are going gold clock hunting with ancient fruit growth. We've got a lot going on. Hello, Nancy. Hello, Victus. Good to see you guys in the chat. So, what is our goal? Well, we have no events really going on this first week anyway. We have the luau coming up. We'll have to make sure we have something to throw in the communal soup. But really, we are at the stage where we're chasing the gold clock. So if we look up here, we have 2,356,000. So just short of 24%. And this will be our first full-on harvest of the Junimo ancient fruit. So if we pop down here, take a look. You can hear it already. You can hear them harvesting. Right? We've got 800 and some crops to harvest down there. So the Junimos will take care of most of that. No heat stroke. Drink plenty of water. That's good advice, Emily. Everybody should hydrate. All right. So we have all the cheese we need for that. We have a lucky day. What do we have here? We'll always take ladders just in case we hit a mine. And we've got good humor. It'd be a good mining day, but we have things to do. So I think our first order of business is going to be to clean up the farm in general. Now, the Junimos will take care of the harvesting. So that's good. Also, because we've got them raisin fed, they will also potentially get up to 20% more crop, which is also very good. All right, what are we sitting on? Let's do a little sorting. Sell, 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 sell. Can sell that. Sell that. Rest of that we'll keep. I do think we need to move this, though. I think it needs to be more centrally located, maybe for storage reasons. Maybe right here in this little section, or maybe even right here. Not sure yet. I'm thinking maybe down here. Oh, we could put it down here. This is kind of a little subsection that wouldn't be full. I like that. All right, so let's go ahead and stop these machines from processing. We'll just dump all that stuff in here. For later, we'll let that finish up. This chest, I'm going to temporarily move over there. Can pull this out. Let's move you first. Down, down, over. There we go. Alright, so these we can clear out. Clear that. Clear that. Clear that. The nice part about the way we've got the farm set up is the Junimos themselves are doing most of the work. At least the harvesting work, which does make our life easier. Jamie, good to see you. Welcome in. How are you doing today? Alright, I think start with that. We'll put this here. And then we need to rebuild. Let's see, we got a recycle machine. Yeah, Victus rocked. You did a great job. Workbench. Oops, we put the wrong machine down. Geo crusher there. Workbench there. I feel like we could move all this over one. Victus did great. It's a great stream. Especially for a first stream. There we go. Okay. Like that. I'm a little concerned that if we try to harvest... No, that's not auto-opening. Okay. That'll work then. So actually, we can pull these, I think, over to here. About there. Geo crusher, recycler. Nope. And then let's go ahead and put this here. There we go. Okay. Let's load this back up. Yeah, you were rolling, buddy. No technical issues to speak of. The flow is good. You were entertaining as always. Let's see. Geode. And let's do glasses, sticks, then trash. Alright, we can sell that. Okay. Happy with that. So, let's go ahead and let's go collect from the animals. Look for any... There's a weed. Let's take care of that. Don't see anything else. It looks pretty well put together. The nice part about our farm having all the tiles filled up with something is there's a lot less places for weeds and debris to pop in, so we can get through that pretty quick. Doesn't mean we still won't find some. We'll have to go find where they're all at, but all right, what do we have? 8, 16, 24, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think we've actually, honestly, we've got more infrastructure now than we need. On the cheese presses. Because we got way behind when we were doing some grindy work. Now that we're caught up, that part might be overkill. Okay, let's see. Sell it. Sell it. Grab our wool. Our truffle oil is almost caught up as well. What did I do with the wool? Did I put it... Did the opposite of what I wanted to do there. Alright. There we go. Just checking on the Junimos. I got a few left. These ones are running a little bit behind. They're all doing okay, it looks like. So what we're going to do next is pop out to the island. And that ancient fruit we have to harvest. So we don't have a choice there. So what we can do is harvest all our ancient fruit and coincidentally all of our pineapples, which we just left from the island ingredients quest. We might as well make money off of them. It won't be a ton, but we planted them. We might as well leave them. And if we happen to get pineapples for island ingredients again, we're good to go. If we don't, we'll skip that quest. And we'll keep our eyes open for debris out here. But again, same thing here. We have most of the tillable plots cleaned up. But right there, you see a weed right there. So we want to make sure we take care of that. There we go. There was a weed, I didn't even see it. Kind of hidden back in the middle there, so I'm glad we got that. You want to clear out your weeds. They can spread over time, which means if you have weeds, they will spread and destroy components of your farm. Pathing crops, things like that. So it's important to clean those out. Okay. While we're out here, we'll go ahead and pop out to the walnut room. Make sure that we collect any mission that we want to do. I'm trying to remember. What does my sheet say? Aquatic overpopulation, turn in tickets. There is a Skull Cavern invasion that we can pick up. So let's go get that. So we'll grab that, grab our 40 coins. We've got 8, which doesn't buy us, I don't think, anything that we're going to get. Now we have a choice. We could pick up another Junimo chest, maybe put it at the top of Skull Cavern. That can be convenient. This can be convenient if you need out-of-season crops, but we might just keep buying hoppers, although those aren't that needed. Alright, so let's go back here. Get a harvest run in here. Or collection, I guess would be a better word. Collection run. And let's go ahead and we'll pop into town. Now, we do have some money that we're eventually going to spend for... Oops, we forgot to bring our ticket. We'll have to go get that. We decided we want to do the fishing one, right? I think last time, so we'll do that. I wish you could teleport to your horse. You can call the horse to you, but teleporting to your horse would be nice. Because then you could strategically leave your horse in places. And then just pop back to the horse. Alright. Look at all the people coming back from the island. Hey, Mare. Alright, what do we got? I do love the horse flute, for sure. We do love us a good horse flute. One of the first things we bought, actually, when we made it out to the walnut room. Alright, we're in town. We'll check here, see if they want to deal with this. Piece of jade for Caroline. 600 gold is 600 gold. We'll take it. Ace, good to see you. Welcome to the stream. How are things going for you? Okay, let's see. Pineapple-wise, we'll just sell all that. Alright, let's see. I think another round of gold here. Slow? Oh, DG is slow. Yeah. The bot might be running a little bit slow. Okay, let's see. Storage-wise, let's go ahead and put that there. This stuff is... I love all the welcomes and highs that everybody's giving each other. That's always cool. Nothing here. Rares will go in there. This goes into the house. DG never said hi to Z? I wonder if I've got something broken. I'll have to look at that. I'm not sure. Did I program DG to ignore Z? Ace roller. You have to look. Maybe I changed something. Or DG broke. Hold on. Oh, okay. He was just late. You're gonna compete with the bot? Okay. The Junimos have quit harvesting. So we need to do a pass through here. We will grab all the ancient fruit they harvested. Make sure they got everything. Because if we miss a crop, then it's basically 7 days. New desks are nice. Okay. Last time we discovered that one of our crops died. Okay, looks like the Junimos did their job. So we've got right here, we've got a dead crop. So we'll take that out and replant it. Unfortunately, that's going to take a month to mature, but we can get a few out of it, and we've got the seeds. All right, I don't see anything else. All right, so let's see what we've got going here. We have... Yeah, it'd be nice, right? If you could Junimo out the island would be unstoppable. Okay, so we have 247,000 in gold ancient fruit. We have 326,000 in silver. We have 324,000 in normal, but we are going to keep a hold of that, although that's 500,000 right there. But that is stuff we will turn into wine. Now, we moved our winemaking capability down here. We do need to make more kegs as soon as we get more resin. So that one's full. This one has like 50 in it, something like that. So we still have room for about 80 more in there. We can make them as we get resin. We could tap some more trees, but we'll just let that, slow grind. What are we sitting on? Coffee. Okay. I think we successfully pulled off day one. Let's see. We got to go after tilapia. Got to hit the skull cavern at some point. Oh, let's look up timings on these. Make sure we don't have any weird tilapia. 6 to 2 p.m. in the ocean. So that's if we want to knock that tilapia quest out, we're going to have to do that in the mornings. So maybe tomorrow we go after that one. Now that our big harvest is done, the Junimos are just going to sit and do nothing. We only need 10. That's not bad. And let's see, do we have... should have tilapia in here. Tilapia. Let's grab one of those. Hey, CD Millionaire, it's been a while. Good to see you again. How you doing? Alright, then we need our bait maker. So we'll make bait. That way we can knock that quest out quicker. Worm bins. We'll take the bait maker with us. Alright, at some point we're going to need to clean out this chest. Nope, this chest. There we go. This is just all kinds of stuff. This would be a case to get the deconstructor, because you could deconstruct a lot of this stuff back into components, but let's see. Let's move. We might actually use those. That's just a decoration. I'll move those, the bone mill, those. Yeah, that can go inside those. Those. Alright, the rest of that stuff can stay here. This is mostly just crap that we got when we did the crafting part of perfection. Stuff down here are things that we actually use on the farm, potentially. That needs to go inside. Take that with us. Okay, let's see, anvil. Probably should take that inside. I think we have our mini forge inside. We needed the, we could set up some solar panels, collect more batteries, and sell them. But I don't know that we really need to. So. But you could make some money off of that. What's the solar panel recipe? Is it resources I want to give up? Iron and gold, refined quartz. Most of our iron and gold, or iron and copper anyway, needs to go there. So we'll hold off on that. Our wood supply is looking good again. We need to keep making some iron bars, so where are we at on iron ore? Getting a little low, so I'm thinking... Oops, that's still cooking. We may need to do some mine runs into the iron areas. Alright, let's see. Let's take that stuff inside. That should go back down here. That's infrastructure. There we go. Alright, let's pop inside and we will put away as much of this stuff as we can. Actually, we probably should make a couple large chests for in here. Because we've got clothing there, clothing and decorations there. Mostly just hats there. Alright, let's go see if we can get this fixed before we call it a night. So we'll take the large chest we already have there. Make a couple more, and then let's see how things go. Alright, so this is a clothing chest. Let's go ahead and swap it and see what that gives us. Okay, so now we can put the shirts, pants. What do we got here? What do we got here? Shirts, hats, that's all decorations. We need a dresser, is what we need. Pants. We want to keep our hats in here. Yeah, let's just put our hats in here for now. So we'll pull the boots out. Hat. That's all hats. Alright. Let's see, we'll put our boots in there. And then we'll swap this one over for a large chest. Pull all of our decorations out of there. And put them in here. Alright, that should do it for now. Anything we want to put out? Where are all our Lupini paintings? Well, that's 1. That's 2. That's 3. That's 4. I think that's 1, 5, 6. I feel like we missed some. That or I've got them tucked away somewhere else. Which is possible. Okay, let's see. Anvil we'll put over here. And anything else? That stuff we'll take outside tomorrow. That's for fishing tomorrow. I say that should do it. Alright, 645,000 thanks to a lot of ancient fruit. Decent on the mayonnaise and oil. Pineapples did okay by us. What we got? 29, 37, 38, 39,000. Something like that in pineapples. So again, it's not that we're going to get rich off just pineapples, but it's in addition to everything else. We'll take it. That's going to push us up to almost 3 million, I think. Because we were at 2,350,000, something like that. So we'll be pushing it. All right, let's take a quick break. We'll be right back. All right, welcome back, welcome back. So that's a good day one. Now, obviously, we're only going to harvest ancient fruit every 7 days. So this isn't like a daily occurrence, but it definitely is a big shot in the gold arm for sure. So now the rest of the week we get into infrastructure. All right, so again, not much going on there. We'll grab our soda. May Yoba bless you as well. Oh, look at that. She got the whole little... Ooh, that's an interesting... Interesting little view there. All right, let's see what the spirits are saying today. Good humor. Now, the last 2 years, the green rain hit on the 15th. So I think we need to make it a point to clear the quarry, because when the green rain hits, we could plant trees up there and get a bunch of wood that way as well. All right, let's caffeinate up here. And let's go find the tyke. There he is. He's on the move. There you go, buddy. All right, down we go. All right, let's throw some iron in. Everything else goes into storage. Or we sell it, one or the other. And we'll keep... Don't know that we need to keep all those minerals, but... All right. Coffee. Is it the mighty egg hunt? I think we got 13 in our last run. I was going for 15, but just wasn't cooperating. Okay, so we'll get as much of this done as we can. Then we're gonna head to the beach. Lux, good to see you. How you doing today? Thanks for popping in. All right, what do we got? 18, 24, 26. Really, dog? Really? Thank you for moving, sir. Alright, yeah, I think we can pull out our second set over here. We don't really need it. We'll leave it right now. It doesn't hurt anything. But I think if we want to... If we need the hoppers, we could use those hoppers. Nice! I like the trash can hat. We wore ours for a little while. Alright. Pull out some of those. And just sell it. Okay, 8 o'clock. We have till 2 o'clock to catch 10 tilapia. And we have all week to do the quest, so it's not like a huge issue, but... But we should still try to be efficient in what we do. Nothing in there. Do we have any tackle? We do. Alright. Throw in our tilapia bait, and away we go. I haven't fished in a while. Let's see what we can do. See how rusty we are. I'm not going to get that chest. The fish went down. I waited too long. Oh well. I could have went up, I guess. Dropped our bar down and then went back down and picked it up. That doesn't feel like a tilapia. It was. Didn't feel like it though. Now I believe this catch is just, or this quest is just catch them. I don't think we have to turn them into anything. Double check that to make sure. Oh, we did hit 3 million. Nice. Yeah, it's just catch. So let's go ahead and drop those in. That way we've got bait waiting for us in case we run out. We might not. Oops. So that is Gamer Reaction 101. If you change something on the screen, it's going to elicit a response. Sometimes that response is almost going to be at a subconscious level. So what happened there is I cast my line out and I'm sitting and I'm waiting. And I'm waiting for the fish to hit, right? But my eyes caught the bait pop up in the bait maker. And it was enough of a stimulus to my brain to be like, fish. And I let go of the button. And it wasn't a fish, so. A little bit of a crossed signal, if you will. But my brain was just waiting for that change, right? It doesn't matter what the change is. Our brain will filter out patterns. It was just waiting for the change. So any change that hit the screen, I would like to think if Willie walked out the door, it wouldn't be enough, but it could. Like if Willie came out the door, it could be enough to trigger the response. Also part of it is the way I fish. I can't remember if it was Adam, Lisa, might have been Jamie, I can't remember. We were having a conversation about fishing. Like you can sit here and wait for the sound. And this is how I used to do it. And then click as soon as it hit. There's going to be a delay, right? Your brain has to process, tell your finger to move down and back up. And there's a delay and you could actually miss the catch. So what I do is I'm holding the left click down and then I just let go. Oh, that is not a tilapia there. So instead of clicking, I'm just letting go. Okay, let's see if we can hold this. There we go. So it's a little bit less action, if you will, right? Instead of telling your finger to click down, it's just a letting go. And I find my response a little quicker. Does it make a huge difference? Probably not. Sorry, I know if Z was getting back at me, she should have that chat flowing now. I saw a couple chats hit during this fight. This has got to be an octopus? What is that hard? Yeah. Say, what's that hard in the summer? That was a battle. And he gave us a cracker. Okay, let's see. Yeah, the Walnut Simon game is rough. Bad to the Bone, good to see you. Good to see you. Welcome. All right, we nabbed ourselves another octopus. That was a fight. So I'm holding down, 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 holding down. Let go. So that's my current fishing technique. Now, if you're paying any amounts of attention, clicking the button isn't that much slower. Fishing tackle wore out. We're out of bait. All kinds of stuff going on. So let's do a couple of things here. Hopefully Willie's working. He is. Let's go ahead and get 4 of those. Make some more bait. Alright, where are we at? We're at 8, so we're actually in pretty good shape. The extra bait's probably not needed. That being said, I do have a chest that's just my tackle box. I just put it in there. So the next time we do this, if we need tilapia bait, we don't have to make any more. Yeah, the octopus is a fight for sure. Holy cow, a second animal cracker. Does that mean, I think that means all of our ostriches will have animal crackers. Let's look. Speaking of Bad to the Bone's about to get an animal cracker. Alright, then we have to decide. Animal crackers don't do any good on the pigs, so there's no points. We don't really need anything from them. I think maybe we just start we could do dino eggs. Yeah, I think we'll do our 2 dinos after that. Okay, so 1 animal cracker goes Bad to the Bone. The other animal cracker is going to go to one of our lizards. They're both full. All of our cows are crackered up. Yeah, then we could... I think we'll do the 2 dinos next, just because the dino eggs will be worth more. And then we could start working chickens after that. Alright. 1 more tilapia and I think we're done with this. Lisa, good to see you. How you doing today? Hope your day is going well. Alright, is that it? Is that it? No, we need 1 more. That's right, we caught that stupid mullet. Want to do another quick shout out and recognition to our stream friend Victus Videos. He did his first Stardew Valley stream today. Oh, that's good to hear. Alright, that's done. So we'll throw a link in the chat if you want to go check out Victus playing Stardew Valley. Alright, let's see. This needs to swap back. Probably going to sell that. Process that. Let's see. Storage. 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 Sell. 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 Probably keep those. We'll sell that one. Probably keep that one. Okay, I think that's everything. Let's rock and roll. Actually, let's check in on fish first. Tilapia, tilapia, tilapia. We didn't pull all the tilapia out, I know. There we go. 5 tilapia. Now we have 2 octopus. That's good. We don't need any more tilapia. Red mullet. I got 3 red mullets. That's probably fine. Flounder. Okay, that's probably good. We can sell... you know what? We've got the resources for it. Let's do this. We've got to have a hopper or 2, right? Or do we have them all placed right now? I think we might have them all out. Here's what we're going to do. Yeah, I've never played Stardew with a controller. I could plug one in and try it, but I've always just played on the mouse. Alright, let's throw... what do you say, 50? Actually, 25 should be enough. We'll throw 25 coal over here. And we'll just let that cook fish as we go. Okay, let's see. Geode crusher. Drop the geodes in there. Bait will just increase the or the hit rate. It doesn't really, it depends on what you mean by better. If you're going for higher quality fish, it doesn't make any difference. It just gets you more. There is a tackle though that you can get if you want high quality fish. Let's see if I have one. This one here is called the quality bobber. That'll boost up the quality if that's what you mean. So it depends on what you're looking to do there. I think we need to swap this out for a big chest. But there's only 2 kinds of general bait. You've got bait and deluxe bait. So those are your 2 kind of like general baits. Targeted bait your hit rate will be slower, but you'll get more of that kind of fish. Let's see. Curiosity lure is for your legendary fish, your rare fish, things like that. Like I said, all these are just targeted bait that help catch that. That's normal bait and that's deluxe bait. So this makes your fishing bar bigger and the hit rate goes up. This does the same thing, I think, but or maybe just makes the fish bite faster. Wild bait lets you catch 2 of a fish, 2 cut of it. And is it challenge bait? Yeah, on a perfect catch, you can catch 3, I think, with that one. Then there's magic bait, which will let you catch fish out of season. I usually don't mess with anything but normal bait and targeted bait. I'm not sure if any of that answered the question you were trying to ask, but let me know. Okay, let's see. Before the animals go to sleep, let's go get them crackered up here. So we need to find our ostriches, and we're looking for bad to the bone. There's Big Bird. There's Coco. That's the goat. Yeah, I know mozzarella. I'm looking for... That's Galactic. Must be you. There you are. Alright. Bad to the bone is crackered up. Now we have to find the lizards. Where do you think they are? There's Janet and Guffy. Let's get Guffy first. Guffy's a longtime friend of the channel. Okay, let's see. This needs to get processed. I'm wondering... We're not using these. Let's go ahead and... Let's hopper these up as well. Let's see. Let's make... How about 67? 75 on that. Go 75 on that. Go 25 on that one. 25 on this one. All right. Throw 100 coal in each one. Put those in. Put in some copper. And there we go. Coal will go back in there. And our iron's recovering. How are we doing here? 74 and 100 on copper and iron. I still think we're going to have to make an iron run, because our iron supply is looking pretty low. Alright, let's go ahead and dump off this and this. We don't need them. And let's get our truffles processing. What do we got? 10? Alright, collection, and then I think... we could decide... do we hit the mines? Tempted to hit the mines. Alright, this is working a lot better. That system is working a lot better. Still got some of this bulk storage over here that's out of the way, but I like that. Okay, 5 o'clock. Let's see. There's nothing going on the island. We are now down to a Monday harvest on the island, I think, every week. And we need to clean the quarry. Let's get the quarry cleaned up. And then, because that'll pick us up some ore as well, which will help our ore supplies. And then we can do a quick cleanup if we get a green rain. And we can do a tree farm up there. If you put in a quick tree farm like the day before a green rain, half to 3/4, maybe half to 2/3 of your trees will actually go from seed to fully grown tree overnight. It's actually pretty cool. But you want to be prepared for that. Now, the last 2 years, our green rain is hit on the 15th. I don't know if that was just dumb luck, because I don't remember in the past there being a set day for green rain. But I could be wrong. So we'll pay attention to it this year. If anybody knows the answer to that, feel free to throw it in the chat. Oh, what is... let's check in on DG. No. No. There we go. Let's pin... let's see. I'm just a pin... I'm just going to do my own chat. We're not going to rely on the bot. Alright, let's pin that. There we go. Oops, put your pants back on, dude. What are you doing? What are you looking to get? The wild bait? Or a particular bait? I'm out of sync with the conversation, so I'm not sure where we left off. No worries. So you've got standard bait comes in two categories. There's bait and deluxe bait. That's it. Those are just going to help speed of catching fish, and the deluxe bait makes your fishing bar bigger. So that's kind of your standard chunks of bait. Yeah, the wild bait, I think you're right, comes from a cutscene with Willie, or with Linus. I don't remember what it is, but I think it's one of the levels. But if you want, so when we're talking, again, the word best, if you really want to go for higher quality, so there's a technique to it. First off, the farther away from the land or the dock that you cast your line, the higher quality fish you will get. So that's a big deal. Like if you do nothing else, just make sure that you are always casting your line as far away from land as you can get. There's zones, fishing zones, and the closer that you land your bobber to shore, the lower quality fish that you'll get. So that's kind of the first major thing you want to make sure you do, is cast as far as the skill will allow you. And also look for places that you fish that, you know, don't bottleneck where you can fish, right? So you can get to that deeper water. So that helps. Deluxe bait's going to make your fishing bar bigger, and it makes the fish catch faster, which means you can catch more fish, which is also a good thing. After that, each bait has a purpose. Kind of depends on what you want to do. Specific targeted bait, just make it so you catch that type of fish. So if you're fishing for money, I've seen people that will do something like, well, I'm fishing the mountain lake, and I'm just going to use targeted largemouth bass bait. Largemouth bass bait is a pretty easy catch, which also means your quality goes higher if you get perfect catches. So for instance, if you catch a fish at a high enough fishing level, perfect, it's going to be iridium, right? The purple star. If it falls out of your fishing bar, it's going to go down to gold quality. So those perfect catches also make it different. So if you want iridium fish, you have to get perfect catches. You also need to put your bobber as far away from land as you can. Now, after that, you can start to manipulate the system. So for instance, if you use the quality bobber or tackle, which isn't bait, that will raise the fish one quality level, which means if you would have caught a goldfish, like it slips out of perfect, it would still be iridium. So you can do some things like that. But really, if you're just doing normal fishing and you don't want to go crazy with it, get yourself deluxe bait. That happens a lot, Z. Once you want a particular fish, that's why I always tried to use, I always try to have one or two of every fish stored up, so that if I get a mission to catch a particular fish, and I have access to the bait maker, there's a lot of prereqs to that, I just make targeted bait and go that way. It just goes so much quicker. But if you're fishing for quality or money, basically what you want is you want to get a fishing pole that can do bait. That helps. So, you know, you're looking at the fiberglass pole, the iridium pole, or the advanced iridium pole. The iridium pole and the advanced iridium pole also let you do tackle, but let's eliminate tackle from this equation, right? So we're just going to go with like mid-level fishing. You have access to the fiberglass pole, maybe the iridium. So the fiberglass pole, you can put deluxe bait in. If you have access to it, you can build bait makers. They're called worm bins, sorry. The worm bin. The normal worm bin will make normal bait. The deluxe worm bin will make deluxe. And each one of those will generate like, I think it's 3 to 5 bait a day. I had 4 running and I have thousands of bait stored up. So you put in deluxe bait. That'll make your fishing bar bigger and it'll make your catch rate go up. You cast as far away from any land or dock as you can get, because fishing is broken up into zones. And like the tiles closest to the dock, I don't remember the numbers, but let's call that zone 1. And then 2 tiles away from the dock is zone 2, and 4 tiles is zone 3. But eventually you get to deep water, and that's where the highest quality catches will happen. Once the catch starts, then if you can get a perfect, that will raise the quality as well. And so if you don't get a perfect, that will lower the quality, usually 1 notch. When you're really high fishing, a perfect will get you iridium in deep water, and a non-perfect will get you a gold. And that's the kind of the basics for high quality fish. Now, if you're doing it for money, what I have seen some players do, and I don't do this a lot, but what I have seen some players do is find the easiest fish to catch that also sells for a good amount of money. So like, again, I think the largemouth bass sells pretty well. Catching largemouth bass out of the lake is a pretty easy catch, which means you can get iridium quality pretty easy. And then if you use targeted bait, your fishing bar will be smaller, but it's an easier catch. Because you have to think of it like this. If you can get iridium quality on a fish that maybe is easy to catch, that might be worth more than a gold quality of a fish that's hard to catch. So I think that's strategy wise what I kind of look to do. Obviously there's a lot more subtleties than once you like, oh man, sorry, I forgot who brought it up. Was it Ace? Let's go back. Let's see. I think it was Ace, but I might be misquoting. Somebody was talking about things like, maybe it was Bad to the Bone. There we go. What fish bait do we get? But then you start to get into things like wild bait and some of those kind of things, which can change things up a little bit for you. All right. That was a lot. That was a drink from the fire hose moment. Feel free to drop more questions in though, because I may or may not have hit everything there. Okay, I think we cleared the quarry. Yep, I think we're good. All right. Let's get home, drop this stuff off. Boop-a-doop-a-doop-a-doop-a-doop. Oh, Crispy Bacon, welcome to the chat. That one's a beast. I can show you what I did. I don't know. But let's go ahead, because we just did this here a little bit ago, because we were doing it for perfection. So here's what I did. I made myself a list of every single ingredient that I needed to cook every cooking recipe, and that's it. You can actually find this up on the wiki as well, but basically this is how many of every single item that you need to make the recipes. This also includes things like, you know, like the complete breakfast. The complete breakfast needs hash browns, so this would include enough potatoes. If we look in here, potatoes, there we go. Enough potatoes to make everything, or enough wheat flour. Like 2 or 3 of the recipes I think need Where's my wheat flour? There it is. Need the tortilla, right? So this is how I usually tackle it. And I usually don't do it till the end when I'm getting closer to chasing perfection. Yeah. And again, you can find this info on the wiki as well. This is just, the reason I do this is then I can color code it, right? Like if I'm early on, I might be like, I don't have this one and I don't have this one, right? And then crop wise, like I'll come in here and I'll be like, okay, you know, I don't have beets. I have seeds for blue jazz, right? So I need to plant them. I might color code one that I have planted it. And it just basically gives me a list to chase after all the things and make sure I have them. So literally we just did this, oh man, probably 5 or 6 streams ago, I would guess. But this is how I tackle it. And then I just make sure I have all this stuff stored up so that when we start cooking, we're good to go. So that's it. I don't know if it's a strategy per se, but that's how I did it last time that I did it. I do that with a lot of stuff. Like this spreadsheet, not to let you know how much stuff I do with spreadsheets, but like this is every crafting item. Same thing, right? Solar panel was the last recipe we needed to get in order to get done with crafting. There's all my artifacts and minerals. These are all the crops and crop data and information. These are all the items that I needed to ship, right? Here's all the fish and when they spawn. I keep track of friendships. So, yeah, I do a lot of spreadsheet work. Debbie came in from the lurk with a 10-like rave. We do need a rave, actually. Yeah, it is nice to be able to have the spreadsheets. Now, if you're Z, you have spreadsheets and sticky notes. She's at a level that the rest of us can only hope to be. Because I don't have sticky notes. Okay, let's see. Let's sell some stuff and then we've got to get into the house. Otherwise, we're going to pass out here. Well, and again, I want to be sure, and we always say this, but I think it's important. This is just one way to play. That's efficient in optimization. You know, just going with the flow and finding the things. You know, that's cool too, right? Like, you know what? I feel like cooking sashimi today, so I'm going to do that, right? Nothing wrong with that either, so. But yeah, that's especially once you're starting to chase perfection, having checklists and lists of things that you know you need to get. I have the same thing. I have spreadsheets for every item in the community center, so that if I'm doing a community center run, yeah, I don't blame you, Lux, on the golden walnuts. We actually found them all on this playthrough. We didn't buy any. The most extreme version we did on our last Joja run, we bought 129. Hey, Galactic, welcome to the stream. So of the 130 walnuts, you have to find the first one to give to the parrot. After that, we bought all 129 from the other parrot, which was fun. It was 1,290,000 gold to do it, but we actually pulled that off, so. So yeah, that was actually fun. But this run, we actually found every single one. We didn't buy any. And I don't think we're going to buy anything from Fizz either. Although, and we did one Joja playthrough where we bought 56%. I think we hit 56% of perfection by buying perfection waivers. Oh, very cool. Very cool, Nancy. That sounds fun. Okay, let's do this. Let's go ahead and take a quick break. We'll come back and we have a chicken rave to get to, which we are a little bit behind. It helps you to at least know that you're keeping track of stuff, because there's hundreds, if not thousands of things to keep track of in the game, and you're always going to forget something. Right? There's always going to be something that you forget and the spreadsheets help. It's just kind of like a checklist type of thing. So, okay, let's take a quick break. I'll be right back. All right, welcome back, everybody. Before we get to our raid, let's go ahead and pause that. Do a quick shout out to our channel members. We appreciate you guys for supporting the channel. Ace, Nancy, and Victus at the gold level. Adara, Amp, Lydia, Wally, and Zach at the steel level. Debbie, Dread, Janet, Jojo, Lux, Professor H, Guffy, Wolfie, Yurik, and Z at the copper level. Amp, Lux, Lydia, Nancy, Victus, and Whimzon, thank you so much for gifting memberships as well. We do appreciate your support. All right, speaking of which, we have things to attend to here. Let's go ahead and kill the game audio. And hopefully this doesn't break the machine like it did yesterday. Okay, let's... There we go. I hear chicken music. Let's get the rave chickens going. All right, everybody, spam them if you got them. It is time to chicken rave, my friends. Thank you guys so much for the 10 likes. We do appreciate the support there as well. Here we go. we be raving. All right, all right, all right. Thank you guys so much. We always appreciate the support. It means a ton to me. It means a ton to the channel. Let's move me back over there. Let's kick off Wednesday. Turn my sound back on. There we go. Alright, again, nothing on the calendar. Butterfly. We actually will chase the butterflies now. So for us, because we're far enough along in the game, the butterfly equals, I think, 50,000 gold now. So that's worth our time, right? Even if we have to reset the day, it's worth our time. Alright, no cheese today. So we're gonna, first off, head right out looking for the butterfly. That way, if it takes all day, we can reset the day. Alright, our streak of finding the butterfly at the bus stop over and over and over again has ended. And we found it twice in a row there. Maybe 3 times. Something like that. So I'm not going to bother harvesting all that stuff. Because if we have to reset, we don't want to waste that time. We'll grab the forageables just in case this goes quick. I don't think he spawns up here. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he doesn't. Here, butterfly. Don't hide from us. Alright, so far no luck. I'm trying to remember. I've seen it before. Don't know. I don't recognize the moon and the star in the field of blue. My youngest son could tell you off the top of his head. Ooh, we need to clean out weeds down here. Alright, we gotta fix that when we get... Oh. Is it Malaysia? Okay. Figured it was something like that. Yeah, my youngest is a geography buff. He gets that kind of stuff without a second thought. Me, not so much. Alright, so far no luck. That's cool. Well, guess this leaves town. Could be up at the community center. Not sure what that question means. Oh, we got another ticket. Not important right now. Alright, so this is a day where we are most likely going to employ the reset technique, if we can find this little guy. So far, no luck. Now, sometimes you can just miss him. That's possible as well. It was like tucked away in a corner. Oh, I know of lots of countries. I've been to a few. Okay. Yeah, see, we didn't even see him, so that means we missed it somewhere. I mean, I've actually been to Mexico, Jamaica, Germany, Egypt. Where else have I been? Those are the ones that pop into my mind. I know of lots of countries. Heck, just the Formula 1 calendar gives you lots of countries. Oh, I guess it could be on the beach. We didn't check the beach, right? I think he can be down here on the beach. There he is. Yep, on the beach. Okay. So that took us until midday. So here's what we're gonna do. Yeah, I mean, it's just knowing countries is, you know, it's like You could go Germany, Spain, Portugal, France, Sweden, Denmark, Finland, Czechoslovakia, South Africa, Mongolia, Brazil, Argentina, Canada, US, Cuba. I mean, there's lots of countries, but New York might as well be its own country. That's the weird part about here in the States. We have states here in the United States that are bigger than a lot of countries. That's not uncommon. Like Texas, California, some of these states. So there we go, right? Now we got the butterfly. 23 should go to 73. Yep. So that was 50,000 we got for that. Okay. Nothing we need to do in there. All right, let's see. Sell that, sell that. Sell that. That can be sold, sold, sold. Stored, stored, and stored. Throw that in there. This goes in here. And we're almost cleaned up. Coffee, soda, cheese. Done. Okay, so now we've done everything we've done yesterday at 7:30 instead of noon. So that's why we went ahead and reset the day. Oh, that's cool. Okay, we need to collect animal products. Anything else? We do need to hit Skull Cavern. We gotta hope that that gets done in time. If we don't get our kegs tomorrow, I don't think we're getting that quest done. Because I don't have any extra potatoes. Let's see, what are we sitting on for staircases right now? Actually, it's not a good mining day. Let's not do mining. 63. We need to make a mining run, we could. Alright, so we're not going to worry about that. Let's go check. I think are we good luck or neutral today? Oh, mildly perturbed. Alright, we want no part of mining then. Alright, well, before we do anything else then, let's go ahead and we need to go clean up some stuff on the farm here. Down here we have an issue. And the issue is we're going to make our horse do extra work. Was that all on the ship? In the service? Alright, we got those cleaned out. I'm just taking everything out here. Weed, tree, evidently pathing. That wasn't on purpose. And so what we're going to do is just run row by row, because it's hard to see behind the trees here. And if we run into something solid, we'll chop it. I don't care what it is, because it doesn't need to be here. Alright, there we go. That's all cleaned out. We got a rock over there. Okay, I think we're good. Alright, we either missed some crops or forgot to collect those. Which means we got even more money coming in. Dreas, how you doing? Arguably, most countries are actually in debt. All right. We're sitting on tons of ancient fruit here. So it's 137 per one of these. Doing well, my friend. Doing well. It was fun to catch your stream the other day. Oh, thank you, thank you. Appreciate it. It's basically built for efficiency at this point. We're just in money grind mode. Oh, we already got coffee. Yeah, it was fun. It was definitely fun. Yeah, currencies are like time zones. It's always crazy to... all the different versions or iterations. Even food, culturally, food is different from region to region. It can be fun. Fun to try some of that stuff out. I'm content to travel via YouTube. I like hanging out with people from all different cultures online. Okay. So, oh, I don't think we've harvested animal products today. Let's go ahead and get that done. Alright, let's grab that. Eggs. Go ahead and get all of our truffles that are floating about. Say hi to the goat. Yeah, exchange rates are always funky. It's kind of a different way of thinking about things. And there's so much that affects it. Alright, what do we got? Let's do 3 goat. 3 goat. That leaves us 8. That should be 24, yeah. Yeah, I've never been to Australia. Never really done any time in Asia Pacific region in general. I haven't even been to all the states in the United States, honestly. I think I've been to about half of the states here in the United States. Okay, animal work is done. Yeah, travel can be a really great thing. It's not for everybody, though. Yeah, if you're less, victim's not the right word, but you have a little more bargaining power if you're doing it in what seems to be a voluntary way, as far as exchanging your money, right? Whereas if you're doing it on site, they kind of know you have to kind of do what they want you to do. Okay. I think that puts us in a pretty good spot. Where are we at on hardwood? And do we need hardwood for anything? I don't know that we do. We didn't do the Robin quest, so we're good there. Anything on the island? I don't know. I don't know if we need anything on the island. Well, okay, I know. Well, let's do this. We need iron. Let's do an iron run. Yeah, things like it's in decline. Declining from still really, really large is still big, right? All right. Yeah, that does sound crazy. I've seen videos of Japanese train runs. That's a whole different level of travel. I probably should have brought bombs, but that's all right. All right, we don't need to fight these guys. We're just going for iron. Yeah, it definitely can be that way. But it's kind of like, you have to keep in mind... Hey, Dreas, appreciate you swinging by. Have a good night, my friend. You have to keep in mind when you're... Anytime you're looking at information, pictures, data... For sure. Yeah, it's a different... I've seen them cram people onto the trains. But... Anytime you're looking at a photo or a piece of information, you have to keep in mind that is just a slice of time and place that exists, right? Now, like, so I'll use a US example, for instance. If I showed you a photo of rush hour, people getting on the subways in New York City, you would think that this country is just wall-to-wall people everywhere as far as the eye could see. There are entire states that have a lower population than New York City. And so from that standpoint, if I showed you a picture of acres and acres and acres of land with no humans in sight, you could think, well, this country doesn't have a population density. So it's all kind of relative. It's relative to what it is we're trying to show and what you're trying to get across. Definitely India and China have a lot of people in them. There is no doubt there. But always kind of keep that in mind. You know, a rural environment versus a urban environment will change what you're looking at for sure. We do have we call them ghost towns here in the US. You know, it kind of depends on your scope, but like out west on the western side of the United States, there are entire towns that are essentially abandoned. A lot of them are older. You know, they're what we call boom towns from back when, you know, maybe a like a gold rush or something like that. So we have some of that kind of stuff. There's not like modern cities that are just abandoned. That's not really a thing here. Also keep in mind our country as a whole. Not that there weren't people here long before the white settlers, but, you know, from that standpoint, our country is a lot newer than a lot of other countries. So, you know, like, we don't necessarily have towns that are thousands of years old. It's just not the way the US is structured, but yeah, we have some, you could call them abandoned towns, if you will. You see it in Texas a little bit. You'll have towns you'll have towns that are just kind of like drying up because the oil wells went away. You'll see it sometimes in the Midwest, where you'll have towns that the population has dropped quite a bit because the main business, you know, like there was a factory in that town and that factory moved away. And so, you know, the population kind of went down. We get some of that here in the States, but... Oh, no worries, no worries. Yeah, definitely Midwest. I think you're seeing a general plateau or declining of population. Detroit's been through some stuff, for sure. Now, on the flip side, I live in the Phoenix metro area in Arizona, and Phoenix is growing. Oh, nice. Yeah, I've never been to Detroit. But yeah, so I live in a city that's growing. I don't know if we still are, but at one time it was one of the fastest growing cities in the United States. No, I'm Arizona. I'm not Michigan. We were talking about this a couple days ago, though. That is one of the deceptive things about the United States is we are a large country, space-wise. Oh, that would be... Yeah, I could feel the emotions on something like that. That would be crazy. Yeah, Phoenix took off. I had a great aunt that lived out here. Oh man, probably at this point 60 years ago, 70 years ago, something like that. And the stories she has about like, oh, you know that place? Yeah, that was farmland and this was farmland and yeah, Phoenix has exploded. Phoenix is an interesting city though because unlike earlier or older cities, if you ever look at older cities, especially here in the States, but any city that would kind of grew up in the era where the best way to transport goods was via boat. You see this in the United States, Los Angeles, San Francisco, New York, New Orleans. These cities were built around shipping, right? But also, a lot of times that makes them so they only have so much space. Like, you look at California cities, they're wedged between the mountains and the ocean. And so there's only so much room for a city like that, which means they go vertical, right? Like the classic skyscraper vertical city. Phoenix is in the middle of a valley, but it's basically a desert out here. While we do have mountains, there is so much land here, it's just insane. So Phoenix itself hasn't gone very vertical, but we have a lot of people that live here. Can be, for sure. So I'm going to do the translation, but man, I don't know how big it is now. So I think Phoenix Metro, man, it's probably somewhere between 75 and 100 miles across the city. It's insane. Like, I drive, maybe it's closer to 50 to 75. I bet you it's 50 to 75. So let's go 75. So the city of Phoenix is, 75 miles across. It's 120 kilometers, right? Like, this city is huge footprint. Because we have so much space, we don't have to go vertical. So it's an interesting city from that standpoint. There's some more iron. Yeah, I drive one way to work about 24 miles. And that's, I'm not even leaving the East Valley to do that, right? I'm not even to the center of Phoenix. I'm not actually, I never even set foot in Phoenix on that drive. It's all suburbs, but... It's different. It's a different way. I never get to the west side of the city. I don't have a reason to go over there. Yeah, Phoenix is very hot. We normally get to... let's see. I can't do the conversion in my head. And I don't know if Malaysia uses Fahrenheit or not, but it hits 110 to 120 here quite often, which is anywhere between 43 and 48, 49 degrees Celsius. That's our summer. It's not like that all year, but that's the summer. A little bit. Depends on how far into the city you live. Like, if you live in the middle of Phoenix, like in the city, urban environment, during the summer, the low, let's see, the low might be 92, 33 Celsius. That'll be the low for the night, right? The farther you get away from the middle of the city, the cooler it does get at night. But even here where we're at, probably mid 80s. So 29, 30 degrees Celsius at night. And that's in the summertime. Kind of. The impact that AC is going to have compared to everything else going on isn't going to make the city any hotter. But yeah, Phoenix is a hot city. Now in the wintertime, it's kind of nice. Yeah. A nice, well, and that's what gets frustrating for a lot of people. If you live in the valley here, the hot is a pain, but it's the no relief at night. Yeah, no relief at night is rough because it's just always hot, and that gets crazy. Trees can definitely help, for sure. Okay, let's see. We'll keep that. Oh, for sure. For sure. All right, let's get home, get some of this stuff sorted. That is another benefit for sure. Oops, our inventory's full. Some of my house in the Midwest had it, some didn't. It's kind of a requirement in Phoenix here, though. No AC in Phoenix is dangerous, actually. It's not just brutal, it's dangerous. Grapes. Where did we put our grapes? Here we go. Arizona doesn't have like wild camels running around. No, it's not quite like that. There is a area. Oh, I can't remember when it happened. It was like either back in the 1800s, maybe early 1900s, where there was an entrepreneur that tried to get camels to be a thing. Well, I'm sure a camel can eat a cactus, yeah. No one's mentioned the 20 likes. But yeah, he tried to get camels out here and it didn't work out. And so he just let them go. So there is I think there is an area with a population of camels. They're not native to Phoenix or to Arizona though. But so yeah, they're not necessarily native, but there is a story. And I think it happened here in Arizona about that, but it's not like we have wild herds of camels running around Arizona. It's not quite like that. All right, let's get our sort on here. Holy cow, it looks like, no, we need to sell. We'll sell that, sell that, sell that. And we'll drop off. That's interesting. Yeah, bad to the bone, something like that. Like I said, I watched a documentary about it, about this guy who was, we're gonna have to do the rest tomorrow. Okay. Trying to get camels here. Yeah, it was interesting. All right, here's what we'll do. Another 150,000. Much like we did before, we'll go ahead and take a quick break. We'll come back and we'll get our 20 like rave in. We will be right back. All right, welcome back, everybody. Thanks for hanging out with us. Yeah, there's whole sections of there's big sections of the United States that would probably be classified as savannas. So yeah, that's the crazy thing about the U.S. The U.S. has most every biome. We don't have rainforests, I don't think, but we appreciate you popping in, Hunter. Thank you. All right, a chicken rave was promised, so a chicken rave must be delivered upon. Let's swap our audio over. Let's move me up there. I think that's everything set up. Let's get the chickens raving. There we go. All right, my friends, you know what to do. Let's see those emojis. What do you got for me this run? and roll. All right, thank you guys so much. We do appreciate the support. Put me back over there. Okay, Thursday. What do we got going on today? All right, very happy. That's a good start. Come on, give us some luck. Speed's not bad. Ladders is good. All right. I'm wondering, this might be our Skull Cavern day. It's definitely our cheese day. Let's go outside and get the goat cheese. How much do we have? 36. Let's see. 36, 125. What do we need for normal cheese? We need 89. All right, so 89 and 36 should give us the 125 that we need. All right, let's go get some cheese going. So why do we bother? I mention this every time, but if you're new to the stream, it's good information to have. We know that we have 125 casks down here, which means if we take 125 cheese with us, we know that if we run out of cheese, we filled them all up. If for whatever reason, so like those two right there, right, didn't get full. So we know those two aren't going. But we're going to do this for illustration purposes. And we're just working our way through. Like there's one right there that got missed. And sometimes it's hard to see. It's hard to see if you missed one. But if you have your cheese total to what you know should be in here, now we see that we have 2 cheese left over. So we know we missed 2, right? And we can come back here, find them, and then once our cheese is gone, we know we hit them all. As opposed to trying to spot them. At least for my old eyes. Alright. So we'll keep that cheese for now. We'll be up at 125 in no time. So we've got almost 50,000 there. 50,000 there. Drop that off. Okay, let's see. We have 4 days left for this. 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th. I don't think we're going to get it done. We'll hold on to this potato juice and see. If nothing else, we'll hold it for the next time this comes up. Then we don't have to make the product again. We still have to keg it though, so. Yeah, I don't think we're going to get that done. Which is fine. It's not Not mission critical or anything. Alright, let's go get some eggs and cheese. And then we shall, I think, do a skull cavern run. I think that's in our future here. There we go. Can a cheetah live in America? Probably. I don't know that they do in the wild. We have panthers and bobcats and things like that. Nice pet of the bone. Could a cheetah take down a buffalo? Not by itself, I don't think, but... A pack of lions could probably take down a buffalo. All right, milk, milk, milk. I saw a truffle out here. Let's go ahead and get those. Any other truffles? And we'll get our eggs. All right, let's see. Same thing here. We've got actually just a little bit of goat cheese there. Let's sell. Nice, Victus. Yeah, a buffalo is a massive creature. There ain't no doubt. TV doesn't do him justice. Okay, everything else we can process, I think. But a lot of those animals are massive, like an elk, a moose. Man, if you come up on one of those in real life, they are monsters. Yeah, a moose is a big, big animal. Yeah, that's also another massive creature for sure. Let's see. Let's see, Geocrusher. Nope. Okay. 10 o'clock, a little bit on the later side to get over to Skull Caverns, but I think we can bomb... Let's see. Bomb staircase our way down. Alright. Store that, store that, store that. We've got food. Okay. I think that's everything we need. It's a little light on staircases, but we'll give it a try. What a mess. Someone needs to chop some trees. You know what we should have brought? Let's go grab ourselves some... take some spicy eel with us too. Just to give us another buff. Yeah, geese can be very aggressive. Well, I don't think that's true. Lots of animals could take down a goose. Oh, we got radioactive ore here. Let's go ahead and grab that. Alright, we're out of here. Your lunch and your fear. I don't like this floor either. Honey badger's a mean animal for sure. Turkeys are mean. That's what we're looking for. That'll help our cause. 7 levels. Yeah, there's a lot of aggressive and mean animals, but they still only have so much capability. I mean, a goose can chase you, but ultimately, it can only do so much. It's just a goose. But they are mean. Ornery. Ornery, as they say. It's an ornery animal. If you grew up in the Midwest, anyway. Let's go ahead. This is pretty densely populated, so what we'll do is see if we can get lucky. Nope. We're hoping for a mine shaft out of that. Oh, there's an exit over there, so we'll go get that one. Yeah, we'll skip the gold. We need depth. We need to get some depth here. Yeah, coyotes and wolves are pretty common in the States. Fox, a lot of foxes. Oh, there's a mine shaft right there. There we go. Oh, jeez. Yeah, it's easy to forget, again, just how aggressive some of those animals are. You have a long grudge with the turkeys, huh? Alright, I tried. Staircase it is. Alright, what do we got? 3 o'clock, level 35. We still don't quite have enough staircases to just rush our way to the bottom. we'll still try to drop bombs. Especially when you get levels like this, where you get a nice dense amount of rocks. That can be good. Good for finding exits. Oh, there's the exit there. Alright, well, we break the rocks hoping to get a mine shaft. It's worth the time. Alright, let's see how bad our inventory is here. A little bit of copper, a little bit of iron. Alright, we got ourselves a bomb there. Stuff we'll probably keep, we'll put down here. Alright, we're doing alright. Let's see, where are we at? 40? What did we start at? 10? I think we're... We don't have hedgehogs where I live. I honestly don't know where hedgehogs would naturally be found, at least here in the States. Yeah, we have possums, or we had possums where I grew up. That was a pretty common animal. But in Arizona, we don't have a lot of hedgehogs about. I've seen ferrets as pets, but not like a wild parrot or ferrets. Okay, come on, give us 15. Give it to us. 5. Alright, what do we got? 50 at 5 o'clock. Alright, let's blow up a couple of things here and... Oh, look at that. We got a mine shaft on all 3. Yeah, that's fair, Nancy. That is fair. Just stay in the truck, man. Hey, Victus, have a wonderful night. Congrats again on your live stream. It was great. Have a great night. We'll catch you later, my friend. Alright, what did we just lose? Our coffee? Coffee. Okay. We've found enough mine shafts and stuff now that if we need to speed run staircases to the bottom, we can. We'll still try to be a little bit strategic here. But we do have a bunch of jade ready to turn into staircases. So we don't have to be conservative necessarily, but we don't want to do that. That was just a waste. Alright, this is a pretty densely populated area. Too many ghosts. Boink, 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 boink. Time is 8 o'clock. We're at level 75. Open up plenty of doors or ladders there. Alright, good enough. Boink, 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 boink. Thank you, Mr. Bat. Alright, we'll do a little bit of resource gathering here because there's good nodes. And if one of them gives us a staircase, cool. If they don't, then we'll just staircase our way out of this one. It's the infamous spiral level. Not one that we want to deal with. Alright, let's look and see how bad our inventory is here. Probably keep that, probably keep that. Crab cakes is a good keeper. Alright, we're actually doing alright. Yeah. Alright, this looks pretty good. Ooh, he almost got me. No, thank you. 3, 4, 5, what's that? 6 or 7? All converging on us at once? That would have been painful, actually. They all hit you at one time. That would be rough. Alright, we're at 92. Alright, we still have 30 left. We've done pretty well. We started with only like 60 some staircases. So all in all, we're doing alright. $94. Bat, 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 bat. Thank you for blowing our stuff up, Mr. and Mrs. Bat. Was not paying attention to my health there. That would have been sucky. To get this deep and to die, which means we'd have to start over. That would be rough. We're at 96. That would be a costly mistake, if you will. But we got a little bit lucky. We'll take a little bit of luck. That looks to be a full inventory. Oh, we got a prismatic shard at some point. That's nice. We want that jade. That's a good lure. We don't really need that. All right. Yeah, I think you were basically, yeah, catching my lack of paying attention to my own health. All right, 12 o'clock. We need to go ahead and finish this run up here. Oh, okay. So, if you find yourself in this situation, we've got a mine shaft. The mine shaft can take you anywhere between 3 and 15 levels. Now, we would finish the quest because the quest is just to get to 100. You don't have to hit 100 exactly. But if you don't hit 100 exactly, you won't get the treasure chest. So we're going to go ahead and skip that mine shaft and just drop a staircase. That way we don't go past the end. Yeah, no kidding, right? Like almost like an auto eat command. It's like, hey, silly, you're dying here. All right, I think we'll go ahead and just staircase ourselves there. Well, that's kind of a crappy reward, but yeah, it's funny because the hydration side of things, I don't think too much of. I live in the desert. I drink tons of water. All right, I think it's time to cut and run here. I don't see a ton of ore, and I don't see any ready to find staircases. Alright, well, we got home late enough that our wine got done, but we're not ready for it. So, I think we'll dump as much as our inventory here as we can. And we'll deal with wine in the morning. Jade I want to grab because I want to get those started flowing again, but everything else we can deal with tomorrow. All right, 115,000. Probably mostly due to our cheese sales. Yep, 50. So 102,000, 103,000 in cheese sales. Not too bad. Not too bad. All right, let's take a quick break. We'll be right back. Welcome back. Welcome in, Lavender. Good to see you. Thanks for popping in. Yep. Cheese, and bread. I like it. All right, so we knocked out a Quee quest. So that should just leave the Pam quest, which again, I'm questionable if we're going to get that one done. I have a sneaking suspicion we will not. What do we get? Speed. One level to mastery. Congratulations. Congratulations. All right, let's go find the little tyke. Have fun, buddy. How close are we getting to... Oh, we haven't even got our second heart. Okay, so we do have wine done. We're going to move that. Let's go check and see if we have... By chance, we do. This means right before we do our next filling of our, whatchamacallits, our kegs, we can make another set of kegs, which will be nice. We can make 13. Okay. Let's go ahead and grab our ancient fruit here. All right, so in here we have 137. So what we're going to do is do the same thing, right? We're going to take this 137 ancient fruit, and that's what we're going to put in our kegs here. And again, we will know if we use up all the ancient fruit that we were able to fill all the kegs. If we don't use them all, we miss something. Casks, I think, are easier to see than kegs. I always miss a keg here and there. We'll see how we do this time, though. Alright, so we missed one somewhere. There it is, right there. So, ancient fruit is gone. That means we know we got them all. Alright, then we pop up here. And in here, we want to put down every keg that we have except for one. We need to save one for outside. Is that right? That is not right. Yeah, we need a... We don't want a gap there. Alright, so we'll keep one keg. Now this, I don't know exactly how many kegs we have in here right now. So we'll just eyeball it and make sure we don't miss any that way. Let's go back down to the bottom though. It's easier to work from the bottom to the top because it's easier to see. You don't get the little icon, floating icon blocking any of your kegs. Alright, let's check. That all looks good. That all looks good. Missed that one. Alright, we need to put one there on the end that we missed. But again, we'll catch that next time. I think we have everything going there. All right. Now we need a place. We're going to keep out one ancient fruit. And we'll put down one keg, which I think we're just going to put right there. Nah, let's put it... And put it right there. I think that'll be close enough. We're down here enough that we should be able to see that. All right, let's get some work done. So sales, what do we have? 466,620 in ancient fruit. Could sell that. Sold. Cheese goes in there. Keep our green frog egg. Sell the mushrooms. Yeah, sell that. Alright. Store some food. Stored and stored. Alright, mineral. Combat. Fishing. General storage. Combat. Coffee storage. Alright, look at that. And that will all go in there. Oops, where's our tackle box? Throw that in there. Well, at some point, we put down 3 torches. I'm not sure how that happened. Alright, what do we got for jade? 112. So we have 112 staircases just sitting there. We can't turn those until Sunday. So we'll deal with that on Sunday. Alright, let's go get animals taken care of. And I feel like we are moving slow. Here we go. Ooh, look at the truffles. Little piggies have been busy. Did we not harvest yesterday? That's a possibility. We might have got all excited to go after the Skull Cavern and forgot to get truffles. Yeah, I think we got them all. No, that's only 24 milk, so that's just one day. Pigs were rocking today. Extra kudos to them for their hard work. I don't see any others. Three. 1, 2, 3. Alright, you can definitely tell we were at the caves all day yesterday, though, because we didn't get our milk harvested. So that would be the, you could call it an incentive to use these as well, because if we're not around, then we're processing more. But that's not a big deal. We'll catch up. Alright, let's get eggs going. Alright. How are we doing on wool? Oh, we processed a lot of wool. Alright, we have been neglecting our greenhouse, I think, though. Yep. Alright, so let's go ahead and get our scythe here. Get our grapes and our coffee. Yeah, truffles aren't one that I usually do. We kind of tried to go a little bit even on our animals this time. So we do have 4 of pretty much everything, I think. But yeah, I tend not to do a lot of pigs. It's just a preference, it's not a... Alright. Sell our fruit. What we got going here? Alright, there it's fixed. Sorry, moved a button on my stream deck. I had to go find the change. Alright. Let's go ahead and load this up with grapes. Then we can just let that process as it needs to. Perfect. Okay, done, and done. Another round of clean up the farm here. Alright, I think our iron's in good shape again. Let's see what we're sitting on. Process that. Process that. Can we get to 150? Yeah. At least enough. Don't quite have enough of that to process. Don't have enough. Could do another 25 here. Okay. Yeah, let's just process all that. Alright, let's see. We'll throw copper in there. Followed up by gold. We need iron. And we could use that. Alright. I wonder, do we have torches over here as well? We do. One thing we never did is use torches to light up our farm. We have the glow rings, so we don't think about it, but... Alright, I think everything's back to being processed. Looking good there. Resource-wise, let's go ahead and jump through. We do need more radioactive. Maybe we do a radioactive run today. don't know. We don't really need to make hoppers right now. We've got some sitting idle, so it's not that big of a deal. Although we could start making heavy tappers. We can only make 5. If we could get enough, you could make a case that we could replace our tappers on our oak trees with heavy tappers. We have 14, which means we would need... Let's see, we have basically the radioactive for 5 more bars right now. So it puts us at 11. So if we could go get 27 radioactive ore, that would get us 10 to 12 more, which would put us at 16 to 18, which would be enough for 14 tappers. Yeah, let's do that. Let's see. I believe the spirits were happy today, right? Yeah, very happy. All right, let's grab... yeah, let's take some bombs with us. Don't really need our scythe, but we have it. I'm not going back. All right, let's just hope for a little luck here. Time to go deep. Hey, Lavender, thank you so much for swinging by. We appreciate you. Have a wonderful night. Alright, we're just looking for an exit or ore. Alright, no exit. No exit. Another parrot egg. We could run the parrot egg. The parrot egg will get us more money. Not a ton, but it would get us some. Boink, boink, boink. See a ladder. Don't see any radioactive ore. Nope. Same thing here. I see a ladder, but no radioactive ore. Ambushed right there at the entrance. They're just sitting there waiting to shoot us as soon as we stepped off the elevator. That wasn't very nice. Lots of gold. We want some gold anyway. Boink, 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 boink. Alright, we'll peek down a little bit, see if we see anything. I don't. We're doing drive-by mining. Oh, that's a kind of a cool decoration. I don't remember ever seeing that before. Maybe I just never paid attention, but that felt different. Well, if we were wanting, what'd I say, 30 something? We're definitely not getting ore at that kind of rate. Radioactive ore is so frustrating. This is one of the little things that I do miss about some of the modded maps. Playing on the legacy map, radioactive ore wasn't an issue because it spawned in your little cave quarry, which made life a lot easier. These runs just hoping we get a little bit. Like we've got 8. Now, granted, we're only doing half a day here, so it's not like we did a all-day mining run, but still. It is a grind for sure. Now, unless you're doing crazy things like we are, building tons of hoppers and tappers and stuff like that, you don't need a ton of radioactive ore. So you can get by without huge amounts, but alright. It's a good kind of good run here at the end. Got a couple of good nodes. Walked right into that arrow. Alright, this is floor 119, which means there's no point. We don't need to go to floor 120. So we'll go ahead and cut home. Alright, well there's 5 to 6 more. Let's put that behind... Actually, let's put that in here. Process it first in the iridium. We're pretty okay on iridium right now. Yeah, we have 52. Which means some of this we could actually consider to start thinking about profits of our bars there, as opposed to just using them for processing and stuff like that. Don't think we're quite there yet, so I'm going to keep a hold of everything. But we're going to hit a point where we don't really need to craft anything. And then we can just start selling off our bars. Okay, let's go ahead and store a few things here, and another day in the books. And we're screaming up on our next ancient fruit harvest day, which should take us to 4 million. So this is going to be at least a 2 million stream. Keep that, sell that, sell that. At least the way it's going so far. Put that in there, put that in there. That really should be over here. If we'd ever forget to take it, we would want it there. Alright, inside we will go ahead and put 125 cheese in there. Then worst case, we have the cheese for our next round of casks in the basement. Whew. Alright, well we did okay. Did okay on radioactive ore. 485. 466 of it being wine. 900 here, 800 there. 486. All right, let's take a quick break. We'll be right back. All right, welcome back, everybody. Day 6. Should be Saturday. I hear rain. We haven't really been paying attention. We should check the weather. We're going to watch out for that. Very happy spirits. We want to watch out for that green rain event. All right, fishing and coal. Sure, why not? Again, the last 2 years it's been on the 15th, but I don't think that's always a guarantee. Alright, let's find the little one. He likes to hang out down there and over here. Those seem to be his haunts. Don't see him down there. Oh, this is new. Usually hang out there. Done. Stored, and stored. Sold. Okay. That's getting a little more... This movement made a difference. Moving this stuff down here has helped a ton. We have one more day on our potatoes to see if we can complete that quest or not. Basically, if we can harvest potato juice tomorrow, we'll complete it. If not, Yeah, if not... Actually, yeah, it has to be up tomorrow. Because we have to actually put this in the kitchen. It's not just to sell it. So we'll see. We'll see if it hits any time tomorrow. Now, on the plus side, if it hits at any time, we have the key to the town. We can sneak into the trailer at 1 o'clock in the morning if we need to and put the potato juice in our kitchen. So we shall see. Again, I think our timing's off on that one. I have a feeling we're not going to complete it. But that's okay. Alright, now we have an issue here. I don't like this. Let's see if we can... Okay. I don't think... Yeah, I think we're okay. What we don't want to happen is we don't want to harvest the grass out from underneath the lightning rod. We want that to continue to grow. Actually, no, that wouldn't work either. So you can use a club to get like weeds and stuff, but both were grass. And we were just wanting to get rid of that green grass. Although there's a chance if we would have left it, the animals just would have eaten it. So maybe we would have been okay. Oh, fairy dust. Let's see. We only need 6. Do I have the syrup for that? Good. I forget about fairy dust. Thank you for saying something. I don't know if we have... Oh no, we don't have the fairy roses for that. Just not syrup. I think I used up all my fairy rose. We really should. If we were smart, we would plant some fairy rose and actually do that. Because if I had 6, I could just run that. All right, well, blue chicken nonetheless, Nancy, that is a great tip. And one of those that keep planting yourself fairy roses so that... Okay, let's see if we can catch up on our milk here. So let's go ahead and put... We'll put some over here just to help with the processing. Alright, that might not have been the best distribution in the world, but it did the trick. It's not like we have to be at maximum with our milk. When's the next bookseller in town? We need a bookseller. I think it's a ways. I don't think it was real quick. Okay, no, Tuesday. We need to get that artifact book, because then we could sell off all those dino eggs. And that'd be good. Student? I don't know. You're awful close to the teacher these days. You have as much insight, if not more, in this game than the rest of us do. Okay, chores are done. Now it's a matter of priorities. We probably checked it and I just don't remember. What are our old spirits at today? Very happy. Okay. Well, it's earlier today. I think we might go after radioactive again. The only downside to doing the mining runs is it is making this stuff fall behind a little bit. It's not a big deal, but it is definitely a factor. Yeah, again, food luck makes a little bit of a difference for radioactive, but not a ton. Alright, what did we get last time? 16? I think 25 is doable. If we can get 25 today, then we have a good shot at replacing all of our tappers. That's reasonable. We did the 20 chicken rave. We're due for a 30 though. Get all your friends together. How you doing, Dred? It's good to see you. I'll give you a blue chicken, little mini chicken rave. Does that make up for it? I don't know if it does or not. How about a... We'll turn the chickens on. There we go. We'll turn the chickens on till we get to the bottom of the mines. How about that? It's not technically a rave, but you at least get to see the chickens. Which is all anybody really wants, right? We're moving slow. Yeah, it's been a good night. It's been a good night. How's Debbie doing? Is she streaming every day? Is that her goal? Like, I'm impressed if she's going all in with daily streams. That's awesome. That takes some time and some commitment for sure. There are definitely days where I could easily say, you know what, not today. Let's go ahead and take the day off. Oh, that's cool. Okay. What's she playing tonight? That's cool. Let's see. Debbie Cakes. Alright, if you guys want to go check out a longtime friend of the channel, Debbie Cakes Gaming over on Twitch, Debbie Clemens in our chat. I will throw her link in the chat there. You can take a peek, see what she's up to. She's over on Twitch. Absolutely, absolutely. We can all help each other out, and then we all... What's the cliche? The rising tide lifts all boats, or something like that. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Somebody needs to eat some cheese. Quit worrying about your cliches and sayings and play the game. Ooh, look at that. see if we can lure these guys into it. What do you think? Come on over. There we go. Didn't even have to use a bomb to harvest it. You should always harvest gold by blowing up enemies. Vic just rocked it tonight. He did a really good job. I mean, he's not a new content creator, so he did have that going for him, but he hasn't streamed in like a year. So to get back into it, it's a little different. You know, streaming and talking on the fly, reacting to what's going on as opposed to maybe planning it out a little bit. It's a different beast for sure. I was dancing with that crab. Did you see that? But yeah, Vic just did well. Did really well tonight. And hopefully he enjoyed it. Nancy probably paid closer attention than I did, but I think we were up. We had like 30? Didn't we have like 30 some viewers at one time? I'm not sure where he capped out at, but the Walk of Life mod is chain reaction pyrotechnician and Walk of Life. Makes these mining runs a riot. An absolute riot. I do miss that. It's a little more grindy this way. But it also has its own style of satisfaction, if you will. Alright, there we go. Floor 120. Alright, let's go ahead and turn the chickens off. And I'll move myself back over there. Almost ready. Nice. I would have salivated over that on my first stream. I think some of my first streams were 0, 2. Get like 2 people watching and probably knew both of them type moments. I had a lot of those days. Honestly, we had a lot of those days for months. What is that? Oh, okay. It was the shadow guy standing in front of the ore. It looked funky. Yeah, it took us a while to gain some momentum. And then all you OGs remember some of the nights where we started to hit bigger numbers. It's exciting, but yeah, that's a great first stream. Good on him. He's got charisma. Uh-oh, somebody needs to eat his cheese again. Oh, no worries, no worries. Yeah, we've hit. Oh man, I think there was radioactive on that level, and I just saw the exit and got excited. Oh well, we messed up. So be it. It happens. Yeah, it's been quite the journey for sure. Going from the days where it's like a stream wouldn't even hit what we get for simultaneous viewers now. The number that I don't want to say freaks me out, but is like I still will shake my head at is the watch time hours. It's not publicly available, so you guys can't see it, but the watch time hours is insane. The differences between what it used to be and where it's gotten to. We can get in a single stream what took us like 3 months to do when we first started. Working the system. Yeah, Jesse and Juliet are kind of cool. Okay, let's see. Let's move this over there. Copper a little bit. Have a little bit of that. That's probably worth keeping. That's definitely worth keeping. We'll keep that. We'll keep that. Probably keep that. Keep that. Alright, if we have to start dumping stuff, we can dump some of that. Alright, 13. Given the fact that I just left some on a floor that I didn't bother to pick up. I don't see any more here. But anyway, yeah, the journey has been as much of the fun and satisfaction as anything. For sure. Alright, there's 120 again. Alright, we'll see if we can get a few more levels in. Didn't quite get what we wanted. We were hoping for 25. We have 13. But again, radioactive ore is a grind. There's some gold. Let's get that. Boink, 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 boink. Copper. Copper? On floor 113? Ooh, look at that. Oh, there's a ladder. Any radioactive? I don't see any. Well, it's looking like we're striking out for any more radioactive here. Come on. Gimme, gimme, gimme. There's some. I just gonna say it's easier. Yeah, that's one of the harder things is chat, trying to keep up with chat and keep everything else going. Oh, especially with the challenge of the limited space you guys are dealing with. It's actually pretty impressive. Okay, that was a good strong ending to this run, actually. That got us up to 20. We'll do a quick run through here, see if we can see any. If not, I think we are out of here. Alright, it's 140. We can animal cracker our second dino. We do want to grab the jade though, so that will reset and hopefully not pass out. Alright, we pulled that off. The rest of the inventory we'll worry about in the morning. Ooh, 5,000. We didn't sell much last night. All right, let's go ahead and take a quick break. We'll be right back. Oh, right. I think depending on what today looks like and how much we actually collected, we may need to just spend some time. Ooh, more very happy spirits, though. See, very happy days are tempting. I look fresh. Have you seen me get in? Okay, we didn't get much there, though. But very happy spirits help a ton when it comes to the radioactive ore. More than the other factors do. Let's go see what we've got. We have a few come in and out the lactic. A lot of them are talked out by this point in the stream. So it just kind of depends on what happens in the game at this point. Oh, our inventory's full. Let's clean that out first. Alright, let's see. We should be able to pull 5 more. Okay, that puts us in a pretty good spot, actually. Let's put that in there. Because that means we can get another set of radioactive going. And that puts us... Oh, crap, the hardwood. Okay, well, I know what we're doing today. We're gonna go looking for hardwood. So we need 300. Yeah, I'm the same way when I'm watching streams. If I chat for a while, but then I get busy, I'll just fade out and then log when I need to log. I'm kind of the same way. Okay, so we will have enough radioactive. We'll get 5 more, but we need hardwood. So we need, let's see, at 30 per, we need 300, 60, 90, 420 hardwood. I didn't even look at that number. I was just worried about the radioactive. Okay, well, we're hitting the old desert today. Which is okay. We needed a task. Our potatoes are not done, which means we're definitely not pulling off that quest. Which is okay. So be it. Okay, this all needs to be stored. That needs to get used. That we can sell. Alright, that's storage, 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 and storage. Okay. What do we have for mahogany seeds? 17. Need our axe. Coffee. Fish. Oh, fish. Food. Will that be so everything done in the Mastery Cave? Is that where you're at? Congratulations on that. That's a big one. All right, to the desert. Now, we just so happen to be sitting on a bunch of mahogany here, so... Alright, that's 12. Yeah, no, it's... I've watched many streams. It is not uncommon for the chat to slow down as the stream goes. Especially given the fact that, for at least people here in the States, we stream late. So it is just kind of the nature of when we choose to stream leads to a quieter chat later on. It's all part of it. Plus, people are doing other things. I know when I'm streaming, I'm often working as well. Or not streaming, when I'm watching streams. I will oftentimes be doing other things, so I don't always get chatty. The word crap? I don't think there's anything wrong with the word crap. I like to say we're family friendly, but I don't worry too much about that word. How is the overall recovery going, Jamie? Is it good days and bad days? You did say you were going to physical therapy, right? So has that been kind of a... Okay, we just got 350, so we're okay. Yeah, 11:30 here. Where's our mahogany seeds? There we go. Alright, let's get some mahogany back down because that kind of saved us. This is what I like to do in the desert. Oh, we don't have our... Crap. Okay, well. We should be alright. We don't have our hoe with us, so we can't dig that up. I'm surprised you still stay up late, Dread. Given everything going on with you and the little one. Although, I don't know. For me, it all depends on what your rhythm is, right? Hey, Cyan! Alright, so Cyan Koala. What do you prefer? Cyan Koala? Cyan Koala? I'll admit, Cyan Koala doesn't roll off my tongue very smoothly. Okay, we planted all of our mahogany seeds, so we should be okay. That one might not mature because of this tree. We'll keep an eye on it. If we need to chop out this tree, we can. It will regrow. Okay, I believe, though, that's going to give us enough hardwood. Let's see. I think we're good. All right, home again, home again. Let's get our speed boost going. All right, now the other thing we probably should do is spend some time collecting today. We've been neglecting that, which means we're getting a little bit of a backlog of stuff. Oh, okay. Sleep because I'm getting uncomfortable. Yeah, when the littles need to go to school, that changes your schedule for sure. That is definitely part of the rhythm. Globby shirt. I don't know what a globby shirt is. Okay, let's see. Oh, we have things from the storm as well. Okay, let's go coffee. And then we will go for other stuff. Let's get that. store that. Store that. That goes into storage. Storage. Bring you up there. We got cheese. Cheese goes in there. Alright, we've got batteries to collect. Grab those. Batteries and truffles and pet animals. And we need to find Janet. Are you Janet? You are. I'd like you to move out from the group of animals, though, so we can get you your cracker. Okay, are you Janet? Are you Janet? You're Janet. Alright, we got Janet crackered. Okay, so... let's see. Cows are crackered. Goats are crackered. Ostriches are crackered. Those guys are crackered. Alright. We probably will have to start on the chickens next. Maybe? I'm not sure. We should probably check on our hay. Nice. I'm happy if one out of my 3 outfits that Emily gets me is something I would wear. The outfit we're wearing right now was... This was an Emily outfit that we're wearing right now. Okay, let's see. Let's go ahead and load up. One, two, three. Yeah, I kind of agree, Koala. It's not for everybody, but not harming anybody. I think we put in too much there. Okay, let's put in 2 there. 1 there. What did we put in back here? It's like everything else. When it's new and shiny, people get all excited about it. But it'll find its place. Like everything does. Okay, that's good enough. That's about as load balanced as I think we're gonna get it. I do not. I think AI is a great tool for somebody who uses it to be creative. It's one of those things that, like, I use AI in some of the work that I do. I use AI in Photoshop. It also depends on your definition of AI. So I think what you're asking is, how do I feel about generated content from AI that is used as an end user type of thing? I don't care for that as much. But I use AI all the time. I use it when I use Photoshop. I use it when I'm writing titles for videos. I use it to evaluate content that I'm working on. But again, there's lots of different levels of that kind of stuff. For sure, for sure. Like, I don't want to watch something that's purely just an AI generated, you know, call it AI slop, call it whatever you want. But but as a tool for a creative person to get stuff done, for sure. Now, for things like I want to create a profile picture, I don't have any problem with that either, because it's one of those things. It's like, who was harmed in that? Now, if you really want to get into things, you know, AI attribution to the training models that are used, I think there's a lot that still needs to be worked on there. That's a big part of it, but okay, cool. We got enough for 14. So let's go make them now so I don't forget to do it. So yeah, the training models and stuff that have been used and how that all got put together, I think that's a good place for discussion. And again, it depends on your definition, right? Does anybody here use Grammarly? That's AI generation. You know, there's a lot of things that you're going to find are AI generation that you might not think about. Butterflies. Also, again, it depends on your definition. 6. Like, who here likes Minecraft? Right? If you really want to talk about the definition, AI is procedural generation of content. Minecraft uses that all day long. All those worlds are procedurally generated worlds. So they're AI created. And so is that okay? I think you're going to find when you're talking about a lot of this stuff, it really comes down to what's your line and what's your definition. And almost everybody is going to have a line of this is what I accept and this is what I don't accept. And all that usually comes down to what we call justification. Why do you find one okay and not the other? Absolutely. And that's what's going to be the differentiating thing between people who only know how to use AI and people who use AI as a tool, right? Like, I use AI to help me with my YouTube stuff. And sometimes it will give me a piece of information that I'm like, I am absolutely not going to use that because I know that is not right because I have the experience. And so that's the difference. That's kind of like blaming a saw for cutting a line crooked. It's not the saw's fault, it's the user's fault. And AI is no different. AI is a tool. And if you 100%, like if you were going to cut a board and you just turned the saw on and walked away and hoped it cut a straight line, you are misusing that tool. And that is not a good use of that. AI is no different. Now, again, people using AI to make, I just want to type a prompt and it's going to create an entire YouTube video with all of the sound, video, and stuff like that. I'm not a fan of it. And actually, that's not monetizable. You can't monetize that anymore in YouTube. That purely AI stuff it won't get monetized anymore. So it's all relative. Everything's relative. Okay, we got our first silver quality fruit. So we're going to go ahead and keep the silver stuff. And we should be able to dump. That is true. That is part of the struggle that people are having, is if you can or can't tell. Now, that being said, I think you're going to start to feel like it's, from a technical standpoint, you can't tell. But from a realistic standpoint, for lack of a better term, AI content oftentimes just doesn't have a soul. It doesn't have a depth that a human is going to put into it. And you can feel it. You might not be able to see it. You might not be able to even say what it is that's different, but it's a fact. And that will differentiate AI creators from real creators. Like the industry I'm involved in, game development is struggling with this right now, right? Like, can we replace all of our artists on our team with AI? Well, you could. Probably not a good idea, but you could. Yeah, it's... here's how I look at it. Historically, our society has gone through these kind of moments many, many, many times. All the arguments we're talking about right now, you could arguably make the same arguments when the automobile was first created, from the standpoint of this is going to destroy the horse-drawn carriage industry. And it did, right? Like, horses and horse travel now is not what it was back then, or from back then, but it created a whole new industry. So it's one of those things that we have a long ways to go before I think we're going to find the answer to the question. So I guess the too long didn't read version, a lazy person who just types a bunch of stuff and tries to sell or pass off their work as their own work. I don't care for that personally. But a creative person who uses it as a good tool, I'm all for it. I think it can... Think of it like this, from the game standpoint. If it allows a game developer to create 30% more content, and I get to play more content, I'm good with that, right? As long as the content is still quality. You can feel it. If you play enough games, you can feel the difference between a procedurally generated level and a handmade level from an artist. You can feel the difference. So we'll see. We'll see where things go. Okay, let's see. I think we're pretty close to catching up today. Eggs are a little bit behind, but tomorrow we get another round of ancient fruit, because that should hit on Monday. So we'll get our second round of ancient fruit in. I'm holding off on the heavy tappers. So we want to replace these tappers down here, but we might as well wait. This is like a 7-day process, I think. We might as well wait until we get the next harvest before we replace them. So we'll just hold off on that. So we'll just stick those. We'll stick those in here so we have them available to us. So I think the rest of today we're just gonna yeah, be careful. The only thing I'll say is be careful relying on Hollywood as your point of reference for where things are going to go, because it is in Hollywood's best interest to give us the content that is controversial, scary, thought-provoking, and stuff like that. That's what they're in the business of doing. AI is used all over the place. AI is used to help us discover planets, right? AI is used for encryption. AI is used to help protein folding to maybe cure cancer. None of those AIs are going to take over the world. You know, it's a very Hollywood trope, and a fun one to watch for sure. I'm not against it, but from an academic standpoint, I've taught a ethics and technology class before, and that's one of the things we always have to talk about is like, what's in a movie isn't necessarily a valid argument in a true debate, but it is thought-provoking for sure. Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, an AI rover, something that could go into a nuclear disaster. I mean, there's lots of very, very good uses for the content. It's like any debate, you know, it's take any weapon, You know, you argue, is the weapon good or bad? It's like, well, no, it's just a tool. It's what people do with it that matters. That's truly what you need to consider. All right, we've got 84 cheese. Looks like we're down to most of the cheese has been processed. Where are we at on eggs? All right, let's load balance some of these out a little bit. Got 3 in that one, 2 in that one, 1 in that one. All right, so 2 in that one, 2 in that one. We got 1, 1, 1, 2, 2, 2. All right. That should process out nicely. How is this doing? Down to 3. Tons of geodes left. What would it take to make another couple of geode crushers? What's that recipe like? Is it worth the resources, or do we just let it slowly grind through and get that done? Gold, stone, and diamond. We're sitting on plenty of gold bars. Actually, I think we're sitting on... Aren't we sitting on a few still, or no? Did we use them all up? I don't see any... Oh, there's a heavy tapper we already had. Gives us an extra. Actually, we'll just leave it in there. I don't see any extra hoppers. So let's go ahead and grab one from up here. All right, let's see. $12, 6, 7. So about 10 in that one. 10, it gives us 6. Let's put 10 in that one. 11 in that one. 11 in that one. All right. That load balances that out a little bit. Let's go ahead and dump this down. We'll put this back just in case we want to use it, but we haven't been collecting a lot of garbage. Let's go ahead and put this away. We don't need it. Check on eggs. Come on, mayo. Sell some cheese. Don't know if we're going to get another round of mayo or not. Not looking like it. Let's grab that though. Alright, let's see if we can get inside without passing out. We did not. Oh well. Grabbing those iridium bars cost us 1,000 gold. We made 119,000, so we're okay. All right, let's take a quick break. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everybody. Let's do another quick shout out for our channel members. If you want to join the membership program, you get access to the cool emojis. Gold level Ace, Nancy, Invictus. Steel, we've got Adara, Amp, Lydia, Wally, and Zach. Copper, Debbie, Dread, Janet, Jojo, Lux, Professor H, Guffy, Wolfie, Yarok, and Z. Thank you to Lux, Lydia, Nancy, Victus, and Whimzon for gifting memberships to others as well. We appreciate all of that. It's amazing, overwhelming, humbling, and just all around awesome. So thank you guys so much. I do appreciate it. 'Tis Monday. Monday means we need to go outside immediately. Now we'll go back inside. So we do that because that will trigger our Junimos to get their work started. We got a butterfly. Let's see what luck looks like today. Very happy spirits. Sweating all night in the heat. It is warm. We're down to 44 triple shots. We may have to brew some coffee here before too long. Not that we don't have plenty, but we like to save it for the quest. Speaking of quests, all new quests will have opened up today. So we'll have to get through and... Well, there is all of our potato juice one day late. So what we'll do... Actually, there's no point in keeping it. Yeah, I don't know. We'll keep a hold of it for right now. Let's see. Let's process some more gold, I guess. $350. Do some iron. Some copper. Alright. What do we got running here? We'll throw our iridium in there. What's in here? We already have gold going in there. Although we have a lot of gold. So let's do this. Let's get 2550. We'll drop 175 in there. 175 in there. Alright. We're actually, like I said, getting to the point where we might be able to start selling some of this. That's 100 grand in iridium bars that we could just sell. Grapes. We got enough for 2 more weeks across all of our Junimo huts. And sell, 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 sell. Drop that off, drop that off. Alright, let's go ahead and I think pop out to the island. Take care of our harvest out there while the Junimos are working. So today, or tonight anyway, is going to be another bumper sales day. As we bring in all of this lovely ancient fruit for the masses to enjoy. We also want to keep our eyes open for any weeds or anything, because on the island, unlike the mainland, weeds regrow at the beginning of every week, not at the beginning of every season. Now again, we have... Can I get it all from here? I can't. We have enough stuff planted that there's not that many places for weeds to grow, but still want to keep our eyes open for it. So far, we haven't found one, though. It's been a weed-free experience. Okay, I think we got everything. Let's do a quick once over here. Make sure we didn't miss any. I think we're good to go. Tilapia frenzy. Alright, back to storage. And sales. We'll sell our pineapple. I feel like we're probably going to want to sell a bunch of our ancient fruit here. Woohoo! Look at that. Dragon tooth. Beautiful. Okay, well, we should have been butterfly hunting, but we're not going to reset today. Alright, let's go ahead and just see if we can find the butterfly anyway. That's 50,000. It's worth doing. Actually, if I'm looking at the number correctly, if we can find the butterfly, 50,000 would put us at... Okay, I know we're butterfly hunting. There's a chance this might cost us, but this has been bugging me. Vincent plays over here. I don't want him to get all tangled in weeds or anything. Welcome and good night. Have a wonderful rest of your night. Appreciate you dropping a comment. YouTube cares. YouTube cares about that engagement, so the comments help. I appreciate it. Thanks for watching. If you are normally in lurk mode, have a wonderful rest of your night. We appreciate you popping in and saying hi. Alright, I don't see anything over here. Those little acts, guys, I do appreciate each and every one of them. Every like, every comment, every engagement, it all adds up, and I do appreciate every single one of them, so thank you all. Alright, let's see. Well, look to be no dice on the butterfly up here. I think we did a pretty good job of covering everything, so let's go ahead and take advantage of this. Thanks, Jamie. Appreciate you. Appreciate you all welcoming in the peoples as well. Hello, goodbye. Were you doing the... You say goodbye, I say hello. Is it the other way? Hello, hello. I don't know why you say goodbye. Okay, I'm gonna quit singing because I am not good at it. On the plus side, if you sing as poorly as I do, my chance of a copyright claim are very low. Because the AI, speaking of AI from earlier, they're going to be like, we don't even know what that was. Alright, definitely not doing that. We might try that one. The AI is like, nope. We could not match that with any known song because it was bad. But I do love me a good Beatles song. Alright, well... We have till 5 o'clock. The butterfly will not spawn after 5 o'clock. So if you happen to be in an area where he spawned, I think you could still get it. But once you leave the area, it's done for. Secret Woods is the only place we haven't checked. Maybe another run through town and the mountains, but getting a little bit like we might not find him today. We don't see him in here. We've got issues. All right. We missed him somewhere. Well, thank you. Thank you so much. I'll throw a blue chicken your way. I'm sure the chat will throw some blue chickens as well. I appreciate it. That's very kind. Yeah, I do miss Lydia. I think she's been busy with life and hasn't been around as much, but now we didn't check town very well. So there's a chance like we didn't check really up by Joja, I don't think so. There's an off chance that I just didn't get to the places where it could be, but again, we've done too much work at this point. We don't find it, we don't find it. That's cool. Yeah, she still pops in from time to time, so it's always good to see some of the old guard, the original. All right, well, you know what? No butterfly for us today. That's too bad. Again, unless it's up by the community center, which should still be spawned in, I don't think we're going to find it. We'll pop up there one more time, but once we leave this map, I think our chances are done. Because it is past 5. He will sometimes fly up in this area, which makes it hard to see. Yep, I'm thinking this is a no bueno kind of day. Alright, so be it. On to the next. What else do we have to get done? We should pop out to... we should pop out to the island, check the Quee quest. We do have the dust sprites, so we could pop down into the mines and do those. Could also get more hardwood that way as well. Probably should have done this when we were out here earlier, but that's okay. Yeah, I'm sure we ran by it at some point. It just was blended into the background or something. All right, what do you got for us? Hey, Z, good to see you. Honestly, I don't think we're going to do either. I'm going to grab this one just in case. Oh, is there anything we need to buy? Well, we could start buying these if we wanted to. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. Welcome back, Z. I have both my rings I've got combined with the iridium bands. I don't know about best, but the iridium band has so much functionality that I like to use it as my base. There was a lot of good information in that Bobby Lee interview, though. That was a good one for sure. I think like napalm with a crab shell as a defensive offensive option could be really good. I think you could put napalm with a lucky ring or a burglar's ring or something like that if you wanted to go that route. But my current build right now is I've got napalm and I think crab shell both combined with iridium bands is how I'm stacked right now. That's when I changed. I went from, because I used to say key, I went to Quee because that's what Concerned Ape said. And it's his game, and I will respect that. So if people want to, nobody's giving me a hard time over it, so I don't think it's a problem. But yeah, that's where I picked it up, was that same interview. It's like, that's how he says it. That's good enough for me. That's how I'm going to say it as well. So that was my thought process behind what I do, or why I say it the way I say it. All right, we could make a case for putting these at the beginning. Like I said, we could put one of these. I know, right? I'm the same way. That's what pops into my head first. Key is what my default is. I've had to force myself to make the change. We could put one of those at the top of Skull Cavern, but it's usually not an issue. I say we just save them. If we get to 80, we have one Galaxy Soul. We could buy the other 2 and upgrade our sword. Or go with a hammer if we wanted to. Don't know. Alright, nothing's changed there, so... Alright, well... Question is... Okay, there's red. Yeah, I just teleported. Like this? Is this what you mean? Woohoo! And then I just run down here and press the button again with infinite teleports. And now I'm just taunting you. You can't do this, Z? What's the matter? I thought you were a Stardew Pro. So this is a thing called the Return Scepter. You can buy it eventually. It costs 2 million, just to give you an idea. So if you're working towards it, keep working. You'll get there. Okay, let's do some counting here. What do we need? We need red. Actually, yeah. Red. Yeah, that's a $2 million purchase. That's definitely end game. That's not something you'll get early on. Yellow and green. You can get, if you were watching when we... Is it blue and purple? Once you get access to the casino, you can get essentially unlimited warp totems to the farm. So that's kind of the first stage that you can get a lot of teleportation. So, all right, I think salmonberry is red. We could probably do salmonberry. All right, orange. Copper ore works for orange, I think. We might have to go copper hunting because I think we've probably burnt through most of our copper ore. Let's go look. And we have 5. There you go. All right, let's see. To the wiki. Prismatic. Okay, let's see. Orange. Copper bars. I mean, we could use copper bars, but ore would be better. Okay, we could go mine 100 copper ore pretty quickly. Rainbow trout, sunfish, tiger's eye, wood skips, winter root, earth crystals. This is going to be kind of blasphemous, but we could use cinder shards. I don't want to. I think we might go for some copper ore. That wouldn't be too bad. All right, what do we got in the world of yellow? Gold ore. Actually, we have a ton of gold ore right now. We could just pull that. Carp, calcite, beer, bananas. Topaz. We're sitting on a ton of topaz. Quite a few, actually, but the gold ore might be cheaper. Torches. All right, well, let's do this. Let's go grab... All right, that'll work for yellow. Let's just put all this in here. All right. So we have 100 of that. What did we say for red salmon berries? I think they count. They do. While we're in here, I believe blackberries count for blue. Huh, we don't have as many of those left as I thought we did, but good enough. Alright, that counts for blue, so blackberries. Blackberry! Alright, yellow, we've got gold ore. Green. Ugh, I don't want to give up my jade. Jade will work for that one. And we have over 100 jade. We could do it. Is there anything else in here? Cactus fruit. What are we sitting on for cactus fruit? Only 34. Fiddlehead fern? No. Oh, maybe. Does fiber count? We don't really have a lot of use for our fiber. Fiber does count. Emerald could work. What are we on emeralds? 50 emeralds. Normally what I do is I have a crystallarium farm set up to farm out all of these ingredients, so when this quest hits, we're ready for it. Alright, I think we could pull fiber. Green algae. Does green algae work? I don't think I have a lot of use for green algae anymore. Green slime. Green algae's on the list. Let's make sure I don't need it for anything. Algae soup, trout soup, fish ponds. Yeah, I think we'll dump that green algae. We don't need it. Alright, so green will go green algae. Green algae. Okay, blue we've got blackberries. Purple. Amethyst would work. Bug meat. I don't think we're sitting on a bunch of bug meat. Actually, 87. That's not bad. Grapes. I don't want to get rid of my grapes. Crocus. How much crocus are we sitting on? 45. Sweet pea. Not much better. Purple mushrooms. Keep those. I think maybe we get rid of most of the bug meat and just fill it in with crocus. I'd rather keep the amethyst. How much amethyst do we have? 82. Alright, so let's grab bug meat, which is at 87. 88 and 990. Nope. 13. That should be 100. Alright, so bug meat and crocus. focus. Okay, so we should have 100 salmon berries for red. Copper ore we're going to have to go get. Gold ore for yellow. Green algae for green. Blackberry for blue. Bug meat and crocus for purple. All right, that'll work. So we're going to have to go mine some copper. But copper we can hopefully rip through pretty quick. All right, last thing we want to do today then. Speaking of copper. Look at that, we're up to 8. Flying through the copper. Again, make sure I don't have any... Yeah, I didn't think I had any being processed. Boop, 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 boop. Grapes. Alright, let's go check on the Junimo's progress. Make sure they didn't miss any. Oh, there's another dead one. Alright, let's go ahead and grab our ancient seeds. And guess another lightning strike. I don't see any blue. Don't see any blue. We planted that one. Okay. Harvest away. All right. Let's go see what kind of ridiculousness this is going to get us up to. Basalt. Alright, sell that, and I think we need to sell some ancient fruit. Because we are sitting on buckets. Okay, so I think we need, well, worst case, and we don't have enough kegs for this, we need 274. That would fill up 2 sheds full of wine. So I think we'll definitely sell that stack. Now we'll keep that, because we can always process it out in the winter if we really had to, but... Alright, so what are we looking at? 321, 422, and 604. So 6, 9... 1.3 million. Let's go ahead and put our seeds in here as well. Those haven't popped. So this is going to be a good sales day. What else are we selling today? We've got 40,000 in pineapple being sold. And did we harvest from the critters today? I don't know if we ever got to it. We did not. Alright, late night harvest. Shh, be quiet. We don't want to wake them up. Sleepy cows. Let's see, 1, 2, 24, 5, 26. That would be 12. We do 2 per. Let's do 2 per. I don't know why that one only... Oh, because it started processing. Okay, never mind. Head math was messed up. 2, 3, 3, 2, 3, 2, and 2. Yeah, I knew you were excited when you saw the goats and the ducks. Two things to keep in mind. Goats and ducks you can only place in the level 2 barn and coop. So you'd have to get them upgraded. Or you can transfer, like you could transfer 4 of your chickens over to a normal coop and 4 of your cows or whatever over to a normal barn if you didn't have it upgraded yet. But yeah, I know you were excited about goats and ducks. We have them all. We've got 12 chickens, 12 cows. We have 2 dinosaurs. We have 4 ducks, 4 goats, 4 ostriches, 4 pigs, and 4 rabbits. And how many things did we name after Z? I think just the one, right? Let's see. I think there's a Z chicken. Yeah, there's a Z chicken. Couldn't remember if we got a second Z animal in or not. I don't see one. But yeah, that sounds like a good plan. Getting things set up. Yeah, but again, keep in mind that even if you have to do it temporarily, it's okay to have them in the same coop and stuff, but you can always move them later, right? So it's, yeah. And then the other thing is, yeah, you can buy a duck, but then once you have the incubator, you can start to incubate eggs if you don't want to buy them anymore. What's that, marble? We'll keep that. All right, let's check any other last minute things, but today's about over. Oh, we got grapes. Let's grab the grapes. Need grapes for raisins. Oh, there was some coffee we missed at some point, I guess. I also saw hiding behind the barn here, or our sheds, couple of rocks and sticks and things. Evil rocks and sticks. Yeah, it can be helpful for sure. I personally very much am a forget about it and I just buy them all. It's the tendency that I have, but 3, 2, 4. All right, we cranked through those geodes, though. That worked out. Oops, I think we stored our cloth. Probably, yeah. Let's pull that out. Anything else that we could just dump that we don't really need? Don't think so. I think we'll keep a hold of most of that. Oops, I just did the exact same thing. That I completely understand. It's a good way to just build it up, but keep this in mind as well. Like, let's say you get 2 coops with incubators. Even if you don't want ducks in both of the coops, you could put a duck egg in both incubators, hatch them, and then when it hatches, you can then transfer the animal over to the coop you want it in. So that way you can get them up and running faster. As long as the coop you're transferring to isn't full, that'll work. Very strict budget. I get that. I completely understand that. But yeah, that can be a good way to get animals quick. The other thing is it will let you put an egg in an incubator, even if there's no room in that coop to put the animal. And so when you go in, it will give you like a warning. If you click on the incubator, it'll give you your egg back. But if you transfer an animal out of that coop, leave the coop, walk back into the coop, it will let you claim the animal again. So it's a little funky if you fall into those situations, but yeah, it's looking forward to you getting ducks and goats. Now, technically, for goats and cows, there's an interface option that they can get pregnant and give birth to a baby. So you don't have to buy, but I find that pretty rare. It takes a while to get those. So I usually just buy those. Oh no, to transfer, I'll show you in the morning. If you just right click on the animal, it's part of the interface. Save and played off of them like my chickens were Wumbus, Crumbus, Nimbus. Yeah. Hold on. I'll show you in the morning because it won't let me talk to my animals right now because they're sleeping. But basically, if you right click on the animal, you can rename it. But there's a bunch of options along the right hand side, and one of those is to transfer. So you don't even have to go to Marnie. You can just do it whenever you want. Move them around. My favorite, and it's sad, but my favorite was on our Joja farm. Awesome. That'll be cool. In our big Joja farm where we had 144 blue chickens, we named them all Joja and then coop number. So 01, 02, 03, and 04, and then chicken number. So they were named Joja 0101, 0102, 0103, all the way to 0112, and then Joja 0201. It was pretty crazy. They were like Borg. But there is something crazy about you walk over and 144 blue chickens come out of the coops and eat all your grass. It was pretty epic. It was very corporate. It was 100% done that way. I think that was our first Joja playthrough. I think our first Joja playthrough, we played on Meadowlands, and yeah, we had 144 blue chickens. We sold all of our normal chickens and just, bought blue chickens. Absolutely. Oh, we were ornery in that playthrough. The favorite thing that we did is we married Abigail, because Joja was trying to drive Pierre. So Abigail being Pierre's daughter, we tried to really get under Pierre's skin. Not only did we marry Abigail, we planned it so the wedding was on Pierre's birthday, just to stick it to Pierre. That one was fun. Okay, I think we've done as much damage as we're going to do to the farm today. So we need to go to complete this. We have everything but the orange. So I think we need to go get copper. All right, let's see what kind of money we made. Look at that. It doesn't even fit in the box. We blew it past the end of the box. All right, 1,415,841. We had fun on that playthrough. Hey, Dread, have a great night. We will catch you later. All right, let's go ahead and take a quick break. We will be right back. Uh-oh. Koala was with me on the Bill side, but even he's against me on the Pierre side. I might be in trouble. Welcome back, everybody. We didn't bankrupt him. We just married his daughter. Neutral spirits. He could still run his cute little shop. His daughter just lived with us. That's all. And if you really want to go with fan conspiracy, many believe that Abigail is the wizard's daughter, not Pierre's, and that Caroline had a little fling. Justice for Pierre. Oh, now you're killing me. Okay, we need to go to the bookseller today. We need to go to the mines today. Holy cow, that is getting to be relatively effective as just a general run. And then let's see how quickly we can... True enough, true enough. All right, and then we got coffee and cheese and soda. You know what? That's pretty efficient. Just as a general, we just harvested everything within the first hour. That's pretty good. It's a lot. Obviously, it's all fan theory, but the idea being, she's got purple hair. She hangs out by the wizard tower sometimes. She's got that adventurer spirit. That's what a lot of people will point to. And then there's a cutscene that you have with Pierre. He has a secret. I think it's Nancy, at least in our chat. I'm sure other people, but Nancy, her headcanon is that's the DNA results, and he doesn't want anybody to see. So that's Nancy's. I like that as headcanon. A lot of people think it would be like a drug stash, but okay. We need to get to the bookseller. But that's all just fan fun. That's nothing, none of that's official or canon by any means, but we as humans like to read extra stuff into situations, and that makes it fun. All right, this should start to build up our silver quality. I like that. All right, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3. Banana, 3, 3, 3. Okay. I was trying to recruit him. I'm like, come on, buddy. Come on, father-in-law. Come and join Team Joja. Joja. All right. Let's head to the bookseller. Do we have any more tickets? Nope. Let's go ahead and sell that stuff off. Is there anything else that needs to go to town? I don't think so. Are we duplicated up on anything? Nope. We could get rid of some rings, but not gonna worry too much about that. All right, Mocha, let's roll to town. Actually, do we have our mining stuff with us? Let's take... We might as well jump up to the mines and make ourselves a copper run. take those, take those. Let's see if we can grind ourselves out some copper. Ride like the wind. That's the one we need right there. $20,000 book. But that should be the last book that we need. All right, just so we can look at the difference. I don't think we got to that, but yeah, I think that's another piece of the puzzle, right, Lisa? It's a great point. Welcome, welcome. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. If we look at our dinosaur egg here, right? It's worth 700. We're gonna read the book. And then we got our last special power. We got our another. Ooh, where is it? Well read. There we go. And now this $700 egg is now $2,100. So we bought it for. So what's that? A tripling of the cost for our dino eggs, because they're artifacts, right? So we've got 12,000, 22,000, 9,000. So we'll call it conservatively 34, 40,000 in eggs here, which we would have gotten about 10, 12,000 for. So we've already made money by doing that. All right, so let's go ahead and sell these off. Now, these are worth more, at least up to silver, than the dino mayo you can make out of them. The normal ones you can get more with the dino mayo. Bonus. All right, cool. Another thing checked off the old list. Let's go get her some copper ore. It's still early. It's not even 10 yet. Actually, before we do that, let's go ahead and dump off our weapons and extra stuff here. It's just clogging up our inventory. Probably didn't need to bring that with us. Probably, actually that... Oh, wait a minute. If we go after... Can we go after that and get copper? We might be able to knock both of those out at the same time. Let's see. Let's see what we can do. So I'm glad we accidentally brought our axe with us, because those levels have hardwood on them. All right, let's see, what do we got? 40? 30? No. Guessing 40. Yeah, let's start at 40. And let's hope there's copper here. Nah, this is iron. Alright, well, let's knock out this dust sprite mission. I don't know. I mean, there's some truth to that, but you can also think about good things. I like to think that there's brightness in the future. It's not all bad. Oh, is that the one where you play as a cat? I think I've watched people play it, but I've never played it myself. Alright, how many have we gotten through so far? Oh, okay, yeah, I think I've watched people play it, but not one that I ever got to. Yeah, I don't know that we got to all the evidence, so feel free. Feel free to talk it. Like I said, it's a player theory. It's not nothing that we is official. Alright. This is a couple of levels of not getting the little dust sprite guys. Can grab some hardwood though. There they are. We're just hiding. And you. No need an exit. Thank you. Whoops. Yeah. There's a lot of layers. You could argue that he did it on purpose, right? Like, if you plant enough seeds that could, or enough clues that are never confirmed but could be taken more than one way, that's where fan speculation can get fun, for sure. There we go. This level might finish it for us. Beautiful. I doubt it. I think he likes it. I think he enjoys the community engagement aspects. Players coming up with their own theories, and I think there's a certain amount of personal satisfaction there. Alright. That finished that quest. Another 6,000 gold. So let's go ahead now and dump out of here. Actually, let's just start at the top. Why not? Old school. We haven't been here for a while. Alright, there is some copper. And a super slime. Quee gem. Yeah, I think that's... I agree with you there, Lisa. So much of this has taken on a life of its own now, that to come in and confirm it one way or the other is almost detrimental. Yeah, I agree with you 100%. That's a rough situation to be in. Absolutely. Alright, so I wonder if level 5 here will spawn copper. I wonder if it'd be quicker just to do... I think this is the Lisa theory, right? Synthesis strategy. Just keep popping here and hoping for copper. 10 won't work. What about 15? 15 should give copper. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Oh, okay, cool. Sell that. I can sell that. What else don't we care about? Could dump some of this stuff off. Let's go down first, see if we can get some more copper. Oops. Alright, well, I suppose we'll empty out our inventory. So I was clicking to fight, and I accidentally clicked on the button, and then when I clicked to attack, everything went to crap. Oh well. Let's see. Frozen geodes. Throw in there. Geodes we'll throw in there. Mahogany seeds. Let's dump that. Ooh, bug meat. Can put that in there. There we go. Mahogany will go in there. Alright, we're up to 26 copper. We need 100. Okay, let's get rid of that. Don't need you. Shouldn't need you anymore. Drop that off and drop that off. Alright, back to the mines. That makes sense. I could bring ladders with me, but we have bombs. Nope, no more copper. Smash. Wink, wink, wink. This has been a pretty good run here. Good copper spawns. Ooh, look at this floor. Floor 4. Good to us. So just get close. Yeah. Take what you can get and move on. That's fair. Alright, we're at 60. Boink, 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 boink. Yeah, this is a crap floor here. So this is one you would abandon. This one was bad. Or staircase it if you're doing staircases, I guess. Because this floor has been not good. Yeah, that's where I'm at right now. Depends on how crazy my late game gets. I had one late game where I had an entire shed full of crystallariums cranking out staircases. Or striking out jade. Which means we had thousands. We had thousands of staircases. So I wasted them all the time. I didn't even think about it. Alright, well, we're at 80, I think. Not too bad. So put us at... Is that 95? Alright. 1240. If we can find one or two more here, I think we'll have enough. Oh, that one's crap. Speaking of crap floors. Yeah, I think it's a very solid strategy for sure. You just have to be disciplined enough to stick to it, right? Alright, there's 100. Good enough. Good enough for what we need. Alright, that means... we've got 100... Got 100 salmonberry, 100 copper, 100 gold, 100 green algae, 100 blackberry, and 97 plus 3 is 100 purple. Alright, that quest is done. We just have to go turn it in. Boop, 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 boop. Everything else can wait till tomorrow. Actually, let's dump some inventory. And we'll put that in there. Three, 3, and 3. Alright, get your butt inside, little man. Oh, we've made it to bed. Alright, not a huge sales tonight. 40,000 in dinosaur eggs, though. So that did well by us. Again, that's because we bought that book. So the book cost us 20,000. So we ended up making a little bit of money. All right, let's take a quick break. We'll be right back. All right, welcome back. Yeah, no worries, Jamie. Although I don't know, Finudwa Ugh, I think describes sometimes how I'm feeling. I can make fun of nobody for typos. My typo game is strong. Ooh. Normal, milk, dark. Ooh, we might be able to get to the luau tonight. We'll see. It's going to be close. Oh, that would have been nice to have yesterday. That extra ore would have been great. Alright, little tyke, where you at, buddy? Have we got to our second heart with him yet? Yes, we have, finally. Alright. Actually, let's check in on the cheese. I don't think it's done yet. Yeah, I wouldn't have thought so. I should wait and just get it in sync with the ancient fruit. Okay, that sounds good. I've always enjoyed Kit Kats. Yep, thanks for trying to water the crops. Bam. Good luck on your goats. Let's see, anything else? Sell that. Alright, what do we got for raisins? One more raisin, I think we'll put another round in the Junimo huts. Got 1, 2, 3 more going there. Coffee, seeds, cheese. All right, that can go in there. Those we'll put in there. Let's see. Let's get the animals taken care of. And then we'll decide. We probably should go turn in the Prismatic Grange quest. Get that done. Since we collected all the stuff for it. $32. Looks like we forgot to do that yesterday. It's hard to compete with Nancy's typo game. That is true. Alright, what did we come up? Yeah, actually that was pretty good. Yeah, Kent's seen some stuff, I think. Yeah, that's the advanced stage of typos, is when the autocorrect does it to you. Actually, let's take... I don't think we need wool for anything. Let me check. Is wool a... Outside of being a gift, I don't think it's used for anything. To make cloth, obviously. Yeah, cloth. Alright, there's no reason to hold on to that. Let's just go ahead and dump it all. Turn that all into cloth. And really... Oh, we don't need any of this stuff either. Let's sell all that off. Alright, we are going to have to brew some coffee here pretty soon. I think we still have a round of potatoes going in there, so we got to wait for those to get done and we'll start getting coffee again. Okay, let's see. What's on our list? Let's go turn that stuff in on the island. Alright. That should do it for us. Tis raining on the island. Here's the gem bird. Always grab the gem. Then we should probably check to see, crafting wise, if there's anything we could make. Could consider making some more crystallariums for this quest, but I don't know. Alright, 84. Again, right now, the deconstructor, we could deconstruct a bunch of stuff. Let's go ahead and grab one of those. We have all that crap that we made just for the crafting. Yeah, I'm gonna hold off on everything else. Let's get a deconstructor rolling. Actually, this one. Alright, we're gonna pull out that. Put our deconstructor in that spot. Deconstruction Gaming should have a deconstructor. I mean, really. Okay, so what we're going to do is basically take a whole bunch of these items that we made solely so we could get the crafting thing done. So all these floorings, which we don't need. That, keep the signs. I might use those. We'll keep that. Go. Keep that. Keep it. Keep it. Keep it. Keep it. Keep it. That can go. 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 All right. So keep that, keep that. Keep it, keep it. Alright, the rest of that stuff we'll keep. I think I have an idea here. I'll pull it out of there. Put it all down here. Those two can go in the deconstructor. Okay. I'm liking that. Now, I'm not worried about our copper because we have 158 copper bars, but let's take a look. Do we have... Nope. No resin today. Still waiting for that resin to pop. That'll give us more kegs. Let's see. Things that we could use, maybe. Don't really need hoppers. We don't need heavy tappers. Crystallariums. We could go crazy on crystallariums if we wanted to. It'd burn through our iridium, but I don't know if we need to go there. I mean, you could go crystallariums to diamonds and sell diamonds. But, I don't know. I don't think we're going to go that crazy. I like our 20 jades, and we're not probably going to worry too much about that one quest for Kui. So, I don't think we're going to do that. Yeah, I don't think we need to craft a whole lot. Sheesh. Okay, radioactive maybe. Although I don't know that we really need it. Just in general, I'll give you a quick tour here. Or my setup. Let's do it this way though, because it'll be easier. I'll show you how I've got it laid out anyway. All right, let's turn that off. So obviously this is the area we're in right now. I've got the top section kind of sectioned out for the animals. That's Grandpa's shrine, which I put little signs up for some of the things that we've accomplished. And then the center section is our Junimo huts. We've got grass and silos over here. We've got sheds and greenhouse over there. So that's the layout that we're currently running right now. And then we got trees. Those are all oak trees along the bottom. Then we've got maple and we've got pine. And we don't have tappers on all of them. We got 3 tappers there, 3 tappers there. And then we actually have 14 tappers across the oak trees there for resin. And then we put 1 silo up here. Wow, you're ahead of me. I'm at 4.6. Although we've gone from 2 million to 5.4, or 2.4 to 5.4. So we've made 3 million in this stream. I thought this would take a week or so. Honestly, we're going to have this done 2 or 3 more streams, really, at the rate we're going. If you have a question as to why I did any of that, Z, feel free to ask. Okay, we need to do a hay cutting here. Let's do that. Yeah, I think it's a pretty typical setup. It's not anything special, but it's one of those that, like, it kind of works for what we're trying to accomplish. For me, the biggest thing on this farm is the layout of... Hold on, let me grab that image again. The number one thing that most of my decision-making process is probably 2 things. The first thing is quick access to this stuff, right? These are things that I might have to do multiple times a day. So these things I want to have ready available. So this is basically our storage and manufacturing, right? So I want that quickly available. This is just but really this is more of the second thing is making sure that these fit in and are 100%, right? Like, I don't want this. Let's say we took this Junimo hut and we moved it over so it was at the edge here. Well, we would lose some of our crops because of the pond, right? So this pond and this pond kind of dictate a square that I can get these Junimo huts in. Now, if I wanted to be uber efficient, I could have taken out these, but also that lets me use a sprinkler there and there that don't take up crop space. So really, this square right here dictates almost everything else, because these are such big plots and I want the Junimos to harvest their maximum amount. I have to put those in. Like, to try to put them up here, you don't have a square, you would block, you couldn't come in here, right? You could maybe raise them up and put them down here. Also, in general, early game, I want to be able to get to the coops and barns. We're at a stage of the game now, I could move those down here because we're using the teleporter to teleport to them all the time. But this is an early game choice because I don't want to have to go a long ways to get to my coops and barns if I want to harvest this stuff every day. So this basically wedged into this corner because these things had to be here. This stuff I wanted close to the house. And that's really the evolution of it. Like these things here, I moved them down here because these kegs are a once a week harvest. I can make the trip down here once a week to empty those, right? This is a once every 2 days harvest. You could make a case to move this up maybe, but I want that closer because it's every 2 days. This is multiple times a day. This is when I need it. This is every 2 days. This is every 7 days. So as things get farther away, they're longer. These 2 fish ponds probably should get moved up here since that's a daily harvest, but I don't need this stuff anymore, so I kind of ignore them. So that's the logic behind the layout. These are over here just because they're out of the way, because it doesn't matter. And again, I put 1 over here so I could check my totals. So that is the kind of the background as to how I got to where I was. Yeah, I really kind of look at it as like, how far do I have to run to get to what I want to do? And how often is that thing going to take place, right? Something that's going to happen every day, I better make it close. Otherwise, I'm wasting time running around. 1, 2, 3. Alright, time to replenish the hay. It is, like a lot of this game, if you ever watch me play modded, half the reason that we make such quick progress is the mods can take out a lot of the timing that you have to run around and stuff like that. Like Chests Anywhere and Automate and things like that. They make it so you don't have to run back to your farm as much. You don't have to do that kind of stuff. And that's where a lot of the advantage comes from mods. Oops, I keep clicking outside the window. It's not necessarily what they do, it's the time it saves you in doing it. So yeah, time's a big part. Ooh, that was bad. It's not horrible. That'll grow back in. I'm not worried about it, but that was not what I was trying to do there. Okay, let's see. We got our hay rows cut on this side. What'd that put us at? Okay, that almost filled up the silos, so we're not going to cut the other side today. We've got a little bit over here we could cut, but actually, you know what? Let's just go ahead and fill them to the brim. It'll grow back. We don't have a ton over here anyway, so. There we go. I think it's full. No hay popped up on those last swings, so we'll leave this. Yeah, that's a big part of kind of a conversion from early game to mid game, is getting your farm clear so you can decide what goes where, right? Like you can decide that, you know, I want trees here, so I will plant the trees there, not just let them wild grow. And then when you have open space, then the grass will spread as well. And that gives you grazing and stuff like that. I know in early game, I will sometimes go to Robin's and I'll move my barns and coops around just so they have new grass to eat so that the old grass can grow back in behind them. I'll do that sometimes when I'm in early game. And then when you get the bluegrass recipe, which is late game, the bluegrass, it lasts twice as long, right? So it's more efficient, if you will. But you can see just how much the animals have eaten, right? We planted all this. We started the spring with this full, and I didn't let them eat right away, but yeah, it's kind of a mixed bag, right? But and then also keep in mind that, you know, barn animals eat twice as much as coop animals. So you can see it, right? You can see how the barn is going down south farther versus the coops. Oh, I guess they're all going home for the night. Make it home, everybody. Bloop, bloop, bloop. Boop, 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 boop. Gotta give love to the animals. Oh, Dino, hurry! You can make it! Oh, the cow got lost. He didn't align himself very well. Alright, he's just doing his own thing. And again, you can see this strategy, right? The reason we have these lightning rods here is they can't eat the grass there. So tomorrow, there's a chance that grass will spread to here. They're going to eat it immediately, but they can't get rid of this grass. So it kind of keeps spawn points for you. So that's what all the lightning rods are in here for. I could put another one here. Actually, I probably should. Let's do that. I have like 2 lightning rods left. Let's do that before they eat that grass. If you don't have that many lightning rods, fence posts will do the same thing. So they are definitely cheaper to make. Okay, let's see. Oh, that was bad. Crap. Okay, well, that sucked. Let's fix that. I think I've got a bluegrass starter. Where would I have put it? Did I use them all up? Alright, well that was a stupid mistake, but we'll fix it. Okay, so I think I harvested the grass out from underneath that spot. So what we're going to do is we're going to replant, maybe? Okay, no, I think I'm okay. Alright, so we can put that back. Okay, it looks like it got harvested, but it might just be... I can't tell. I think I might have got part of it. Alright, so let's put that back there. And then this one should be... That one should go there. Let's see. Align it with... here. And... there. Alright. Plop that one down there. And let's go look over here. Yeah, let's put one... Put one right there. There we go. That'll protect a little bit more. There we go. So this is my favorite part, right? Like, it's not a long run through all this stuff to collect everything. Then you have to decide, you know, what your storage strategy is, but most of this we can get stored or sold pretty quickly. Okay. Boop, 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 boop. Oh, something I didn't think about. Let's fix this right now. We need our luau food. What are we gonna take? Thinking cheese. Goat cheese or normal cheese? I think we'll just give them cheese. Gold cheese should work. I so want to do a Four Corners playthrough. That one's been on my list. When I did the Stardew playthrough, I wanted to use the Four Corners farm, but the audience voted for something different, so I went with that. I let the fans vote on that one. But yeah, I want to do a Four Corners. The Four Corners farm, it's just a different starting map from the standard. Okay, I think we can just do cheese. We'll just give the luau cheese. That fits the farm, fits the theme. We do a lot of cheese. So I think we'll go with that. Unless we want to throw... I don't think an iridium egg would do anything. Nope. Cheese it is. Alright, we're prepped for the luau. All right. Anything else we need to clear today? I don't think so. Let's hope this hits tomorrow. It should hit before, really, as long as it hits before the next Monday, because that's when we harvest again. Or, oh no. As long as it hits whenever this comes in. Yeah, that's a good way to think about it. At least I didn't think of it like that. You just kind of have your little sub-farm and then expand to one of the new sections when you need to. That's a good idea. Alright, what do we have in here? This is just our garbage chest. Stuff we don't really get that much more. Okay. Oh, we got a little bit of time. I think we'll go ahead and jump up. Yeah, having the quarry on your farm is a cool little feature. Hilltop has one as well, right? I think it has a quarry. Oh, we didn't bring our axe. That would help life a little bit. Yeah, that's right, yeah. I still, like... I've gone through all the farms and we did a little, like, test of them all. But I like Four Corners. I really liked my Meadowlands farm. I like that one. I do like the forest farm. I liked it. It was fun. I've never done the desert or the beach farm. I've never done the Riverlands. I haven't done Four Corners or Hilltop either, as far as maps. Should have come over here and got copper. Look at this. That's fair. The Meadowlands is where we did our big Joja run with 144 chickens and stuff. That was a Meadowlands farm. Alright, well, the having to go back to get our axe probably means we're not going to get done. We'll see. It's going to be close. Yeah, it's fair. We ended up doing the wilderness farm for our superhero playthrough. That's what we ended up doing, which made sense. We're a superhero. We should have to defend the farm, so it wasn't too bad. That's pretty good. All right, I think we'll get one more day in here. Yeah, it's got the monster spawn, you know, different than the every farm can spawn monsters if you turn it on, but you can actually crank it up. I think if you do the wilderness and turn on monster spawn, I think it's similar, but my understanding is if you use the wilderness farm and turn on the monster spawn, that you can get like a higher rated golem eventually than you can anywhere else. Other than that, I think it's pretty similar. That's my memory anyway. All right, let's take a quick break. We'll be back for the luau. And I think that'll probably be our last day, but it'll go quick since it's an event day. So I'll be back in a few minutes. All right, welcome back. Yeah, that was my memory of it. Hold on. Let me pull up. These are my notes on the farm maps. But yeah, it was monster spawn at night, extra wilderness golems, exclusive. Yeah, that's my notes, is it was exclusive. So I wonder if they've changed something in the, like, Iridium's not exclusive anymore and it's just a bigger spawn. But that's what I have in my notes, is wilderness farm has exclusive Iridium golems. So I wonder if that changed at some point and it just hasn't been updated. But yeah, I've mapped out like total tiles, how many you can plant, all the perks, the fishing, things like that. Yeah, I don't know for sure on that one. And then this is a estimation because the wiki didn't have that information. But so yeah, I've done standard. I've never done Riverlands. I've done forest. I've done wilderness. I've never done the beach. I've never done four quarters. I've never done hilltop. And then I've done Meadowlands. It might be. Yeah, it might be. Also, something that people don't think about is just how big some of these farms are, right? Like the beach farm is physically bigger, but it has a lot of water. These farms are all the same size total, but they have different amounts of tillable tiles and normal tiles. The Meadowlands farm is actually a little bit bigger. It's a different shape, 6,400 by 4,800. But it has a lot of total, but actually the, first, second, third? Yeah, third there. Yeah, the beach farm has the most total tiles. Technically the most tillable tiles. But where's it at? I think I've got it in my notes here. I don't see it. No sprinklers. Here it is. Yep. So it's 202 in that plot, and then 28 total elsewhere. But yeah, so of the 2,700 tillable tiles, only 200 of them can have sprinklers. So that's one of the, and again, all the farms are set up to have a bonus and a negative side, right? So, you know, a lot of these things are like, cool, you get this cool stuff, but then there's a negative side to it. You know, that's kind of part of the balance, if you will, on a lot of those kind of things. All right. Well, we actually made 65,000, which is doing pretty good. Do they drop more as your house upgrades? That's cool. Like I said, I've never played the beach one. I played a custom map that was a beach replacement, but I've never played the beach farm. See that, and that's the thing. It's like, if you design the farm right, you can work around those limitations. All right, what did we get? Luck and ladders. Wow, luck, ladders, and what? Okay, neutral. So that almost turned into an amazing mining day. We'll see you at the luau. Where's the little tyke? Wow, we're down to 30 coffee, though. We're gonna have to make some more espresso. All right, we have cheese. I don't know if I want to wait until... Like, I don't want to wait that many days. I was like, should we sync that up with the wine? And do it all on one day? Nah, let's just do cheese. Okay, that's cool. Yep, 125. 125 iridium cheese. There we go. So the difference being our normal cheese sells for 483 and iridium cheese sells for 600. Well, normal, it's gold cheese, right? But that comes out of the large milk. So I get that, and then in a week, 6 days a week into the casks in the basement, it increases another 50%. So it kicks it up to 644. So that is why we do that. Speaking of cheese, cheese everywhere. So the question is, do we get all flexy and go to the luau and drop an iridium cheese instead of a gold cheese just to show them how successful we are? I think we might do that. It doesn't make any difference to the outcome, but for RP purposes, it makes us seem like an arrogant jerk. Let's see. Let's go ahead and sell. We'll keep one for the luau. Alright, that should be 9. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to go ahead and restock our grapes. Gotta find your fun where you can, Mr. Koala. Because you want to flex on little cartoon people. It's important. Oh, I turned it off when we were looking at the spreadsheet. Thanks for the reminder. I sometimes forget to turn that camera back on if I get off doing other stuff. I don't know. Where do you want my face to go? We could put it there, or there, or there, there, or there, 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 there. I could do it like that. How about we stream like that? Then you guys have no idea what's going on. Think that'd be a good spot? Probably not. Okay. We'll put that there. Is it good in the corner? Actually, I do run it a little bit lower. If you look, the actual corner is up there. So that's the corner. The reason I run it down there is like in the mines and stuff, that upper left-hand corner is where the number is so you guys can see it. So that's why it's actually, we run it down a little bit so that you guys can see that information. Otherwise it gets blocked. That'd be a weird way to play with your camera right in the middle. Everything's going on around the outside. Yeah, I have a special position just for that, so that, again, up here in the corner, like there's nothing that's ever going to show up behind here, but up here, like this top left corner is where you'll see the, like the egg hunt number. It's where you'll see the mine level. It's where you'll see all that information. I should play around with it and see if I could mask that corner out of my camera so it would show through. But I haven't dug that deep into the masking. I might be able to get that to work. I don't know. Okay, let's see. Before we go to the luau, let's do our chores. Children, it's always important to get your chores done before you have fun. Make sure of it. Be responsible. You can waste time with your friends when your chores are done. I don't see any more truffles. While we're over here, go ahead and pop up here and grab our mushrooms, which we often neglect. Alright, I think our hay is probably full. Yep. So this 30 hay that we got, we'll just have to chill in here. Any feathers? Nope. You can sell those though. No feathers, no rabbit's feet. Got our 24. So that 24 would be 20, 22, 24. Yeah, we can run 2. 2 per should get it done. Are you streaming tonight, Z? Alright. That's rocking and rolling. I think we're a little behind on eggs. Okay, cool. Keep an eye out. So what we may need to do, we may need to up our mayonnaise machine game here a little bit. Like maybe take a couple of these out. Let's see. Let's grab 2. I just saw it and then I moved them and I lost it. Doot, 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 doot. Three, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. All right. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. All right, that works. That works. That works. A better balance, if you will. Once we caught up, we had a bunch of truffles stored up. Once we caught up with our truffles, then we didn't need that many. All right, what are we looking at here? Let's go ahead and put these, half of them in there, half of them in there. We've got grapes going. Let's check in on the greenhouse. We've got grapes, we've got coffee. Are you ever going to stream, Koala, or are you just leaving that firmly in the hands of Z? Is that something that you have thought about? Think. Sell that, sell that. Alright, more grapes. More grapes. Do those first, those second, those third, those fourth. All right, coffee. All right, it's 12:20. I'm gonna guess the luau ends. We gotta be there by 2. If it's like everything else, yeah, we gotta be there by 2. We can teleport right to the beach, so we've got that. We've got our cheese. That makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. Having the equipment is kind of a key prerequisite. Let's dump that. Yeah, I've like Debbie over in Twitch is doing that off her PlayStation. I don't know. I don't know if I'd want to set up that way. I like the control I have on the PC. All right. Are we ready to luau, my friends? That's basically our last task, I think, for this stream. Let's see. Let's go check, make sure we accomplished everything else. Ancient fruit, pineapples, skull cavern, aquatic overpopulation, tickets, kegs, hoppers, or we did pretty much everything. We are basically now, honestly, at this point, all we have to do is just harvest ancient fruit. I'm definitely a PC gamer first. I don't own any of the current consoles. I played tons of consoles over the years. I'm not anti-console, but yeah, I think when I think of gaming, it's PC. That's what I think about. So, but yeah, really at this point, we could literally just wake up, go to sleep, wake up, go to sleep, wake up, go to sleep, and we could have perfection done in an hour. We won't. We'll still play through it, but really, everything is what it needs to be on this farm. It is pretty much firing on all cylinders. I'm going to check one thing before we head out, because I thought I got one of these out of sync, but I think it was my imagination. Yep. Yeah, I agree. All right. Are you guys ready to luau? Let's rock and roll. Let's get cheese. Come on, cheese. There we go. Perfect. 140. Not cutting it close at all. Let's see. We need to go to the beach. Welcome to the luau, my friends. Yeah, the governor's good side. He'll give me a business tax break. I hope he likes aged cheese, because that's what we're putting in there. Alright, nothing going there. Oh, we're moving so slow. Sam? Benny? Linus? Leo? I'm learning the secrets of a perfect roast. You're a good kid, Leo. Make your move, Harvey. Make your move, my friend. You all are too shy. So I'd rather... Yeah. A little bit of an introvert there. I say fish then, if you want to. It's your house. They invaded your beach. Who owns the beach? Like, Willie owns this, right? Does he own the dock? What about What about Elliot? Does he own a section of the beach or just the house? George, if it's too loud, you're too old, my friend. Go to the buffet. She's unresponsive. All right, let's dance with her. Evidently, this is the dance. That is also the dance she does when she puts an outfit on you in the desert. Look at that hip wiggle, though. Look at that right there. Bink, bink. She's got the moves. Bink, bink. Nice. Good job, Emily. Take care of them flies, buddy. It will be. I brought the cheese. Actually, this is a lesson for real life. If you put good cheese on anything, it makes it taste better. There we go. All right, did we miss anybody? Lewis, Krobus, Sandy, Dwarf, Leah, Haley, Elliot, Alex. Oh, we missed a whole section. All right, Alex. Oh, I thought we talked to them. Must have walked right by him. All right, that should be everybody. Let's talk to the governor. It's always a joy to visit Stardew Valley. Trying to see if we can sit behind him in a creepy fashion, but it doesn't look like it. I have added my cheese, Lewis. Let's move forward. Hear ye, hear ye. Well, folks, it's time once again for the potluck ceremony. I trust that you all put high-quality ingredients in the pot this year. We don't want the governor to regret his visit to the valley. Would you do us the honor of tasting the soup? Let the tasting begin! I've been looking forward to this all year. Oh no, Governor. It doesn't look like you missed many meals. Oh. Is the cheese a hit? That's the best soup I've ever tasted. It is the cheese, my friend. Cheese makes everything better. Life lessons with Decon. Out of this world. Now there's an achievement for getting that response the first time you get it. All right. Here we go again. I think we forgot to get staircases the last Sunday. We have 198 jade, so we can make plenty of staircases next Sunday. We'll have to make sure that we don't forget to do that. Alright, looks like our cheese all processed out. Our eggs are closer. We've added a couple new egg processors, so I think we're okay there. I think this is still making potato juice. Our geodes are done. How's our... Yeah, our deconstructor is going to crank through some of this stuff. It'll take a while, but It's one of those things that'll just happen with time. Not gonna worry too much about that. That's running well. Ore-wise, do we want to crank through any? I don't think so. It's nice, I think, to keep... Let's just start trying to keep 100 ore in case we need it for anything. But those are all pretty much done. Oh, we have wine done. I think we'll push that till tomorrow. That's where we'll start the next stream. And actually hope, cross our fingers, that I think our tappers will get done about that same time. Because it did last time. Last time our tappers got done with our oak resin at the same time wine was ready. Which means we can make 14 more kegs in order to add more capacity to our top shed here. So 14 more will be 1, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So we can get basically a row here and almost a full row here. We're missing one over here. And then that'll leave us 8. What we got here? Maybe 8, 16, 32, 48. We need about 50, I would say. 50 more kegs. Three more times. Now, if we get our heavy tappers on, we'll start getting resin every 3 days instead of 7 days. Something like that. So that'll speed that up as well. So close to the next stream or the stream after, I think we'll actually have both sheds absolutely to the full peak. Was that hardwood? Of capacity. All right. Let's go ahead and get our last save of the day in here. And we'll do a little bit of scouting for tomorrow. We still cranked out 119,000. Oh, that's the cheese. Yeah, the cheese effect for 100 grand. All right, let's take a quick break. We'll be right back. Oops, hit the button a little early. That's right, it's just 4 seconds. Who's going to quibble over 4 seconds? All right, welcome back, everybody. All right, let's check the calendar. Really nothing going on till the Trout Derby. So what did we accomplish in this stream? We got our first Junimo harvest on the 1st. We got our second Junimo harvest on the 8th. That has pushed our total. We went from... You wanted that 4 seconds? 9... Oops. I'm sure you were just running back to the computer just to barely make it. Okay, equals. All right, we made 3,203,628 gold in today's stream. We did 11 days. So at that rate, 2 more streams, I think we'll have this done. That's way quicker than I expected, which means I'm gonna have to start working on our next series. Let's see, where are we at though? This is Saturday, right? Do I have my days right? Yeah, Saturday into Sunday. Okay, so Sunday night, Monday night, Stardew. Then we'll go Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, probably back to yard sale, which means next Friday we may launch a new series. I'll have to wait and see. Okay, so we harvested our Junimo ancient fruit. We harvested our island ancient fruit. We harvested our island pineapples. We collected ore when we needed to collect ore, and we do missions when we need to do missions. That's really about it. That's what we're down to. We do have the Trout Derby coming up, and we will participate in that. That's about the only event. We're not going to get to the Dance of the Moonlight Jellies in the next stream. That's one of my favorite events, but that won't be. We'll probably get through... Actually, probably right through Trout Derby. So I think 2 more harvests we could probably get. So that'll be another 3 million there, and then we'll kick it in. Honestly, nah, we won't be done by the end of summer. Halfway through fall, though, I think is what I predicted. I think halfway through fall, we're going to hit it. We're cranking out some stuff really well there. Okay. Honestly, that's about it for our notes. We will do things like, hey, thanks, kiddo. Oops, let's check something. Make sure there's not like a weird green rain event coming or something. Storm's approaching, but that's normal. Okay. We probably do need to make some espresso. So I'll have to cook that up. So let's see, make... We're just starting to get low. Down to 30. Let's pop outside and see if by chance... Yes. Okay, this is perfect. So we're gonna harvest resin, swap to heavy tappers, and then the heavy tappers should get us... Let's see. Let's get the exact numbers here. Tappers. A tapper for resin is 7 nights to get done. The heavy tapper for resin is 3 nights. So basically we can get double that, double the resin, which means in the next stream, if we go 11 days, we could get 3 resin harvests, which would be about 42, which I said we need about 50. And that's not including the ones we're going to get today. So we're going to be really close to filling that second shed in the next stream, which will just make us more profit. So, okay. Harvest those, and then we'll swap those over. That's perfect. We'll make more kegs. We'll bring into the farm what we need. Like you can see as we've been playing, we have slowly been rebalancing out what we need, right? But if we need to make more hoppers or buy more hoppers, we can. But right now, everything is kind of in an equilibrium. We could add maybe some more capacity here. This is running a little tight, but other than that, we're in pretty good shape. So I think that's where we're going to call it, my friends. As always, if there's anything you want to see or wonder about the game, feel free to hit me up on social media. If you do a search for Decon Gaming or Deconstruction Gaming on X, Twitter, Blue Sky, Threads, Mastodon, Facebook, obviously YouTube. Am I on any others? Instagram. I think that's all of them. You'll probably find me. Links to the Discord and all that kind of stuff is down in the thing below. You can also find it on the web page or on the YouTube page. All that information is there. But we will say goodbye for now. I want to thank you guys all for hanging out with us. I do appreciate that. Thanks, Cyan Koala. We do appreciate it. I appreciate you guys as well. So thank you so much. Thank you for being a part of our community. Thanks for making at least our section of the gaming world a positive and vibrant place to be. Thanks, Lisa. I appreciate it. So we'll leave you like we always do. Go watch, play, or create something great. Be a part of a gaming community in whatever capacity makes the most sense for you. Thank you, all of you, for being a part of our gaming community and making that a wonderful place. We will see you all tomorrow night for more gold clock chasing fun. We are going to go ahead and jump over to Z's Whimsy Realm. I'll throw a link in the chat in case the auto forward doesn't work for you. Let's see. What should we tell her? How about, she wants goats tonight, right? How about a goat raid? That'll be weird. We'll just call it a goat raid. So let's jump over there. We'll goat raid Z. Wish her the best of luck on getting her goats and ducks. Goats and ducks is what she wants. So I'll let you choose duck raid or goat raid. Put whichever one you want. She knows where we're all coming from. With that being said, we'll see you tomorrow night. Have a wonderful rest of your day, night, morning, evening, whatever it happens to be. And take care. See you guys.